Everyone trickling in, get their coffee, tea. How's everyone feeling this morning? Good on the last day? Anybody get any Vegas sunshine yesterday? A little bit? Exactly. It's so warm even at night, right? Well, you'll appreciate us when you get back to your little cold weather wherever you're from. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Brijuin, your host. Welcome to the third day of TechNet Conferences. It's great to see you again. Our first two incredible days were a great success. So let's give yourself a pat on the back. I would like to thank you and our esteemed industry experts for contributing to this global collaboration. Your ideas, insights, and expertise about the topics are commendable and empowered. Our vision to bring the positive change collectively within the industry. Yesterday's sessions, from thought-provoking keynotes to interactive panel discussions, left us reeling with inspiration. Contrastingly, today promises to be even more extraordinary. As we gather here once again, fueled by the energy of the past 2 days, let's explore more into the heart of technological advancement. Today is all about transforming those brilliant ideas discussed over the past 2 days into tangible realities. In our recognition and special session, one of the highlights of today's session is our fireside chat, panel discussion, and keynote session where esteemed speakers will join us to share their invaluable insights and expertise. In our recognition and special recognition session, we will recognize the outstanding contribution of our honorees, take a moment to celebrate their hard work, dedication, and achievements. Their commendable efforts have set a standard for us all, and it is our pleasure to give them the recognition they deserve. Further, we'll enjoy some evening refreshments with opening network hours and the perfect session to relax, connect, and strengthen our professional networks. So, let's make the most of today, engage actively, celebrate each other's successes, and take this chance to expand our horizons and connections. Now, this morning, I would like to prepare for the panel discussion on day 3, leveraging automation to conquer scale challenges. In an era where businesses are expanding rapidly, the demand for efficiency is at an all-time high. Understanding how leverage automation effectively is no longer a luxury, it's a necessity. Yesterday's session laid a strong foundation, and today we'll delve deeper into this vital area. What to expect today? We'll hear from experts who have implemented automation strategies to tackle scale challenges, their experiences, lessons learned, their endeavors, and invaluable guidance for our endeavors. I request that the session moderator, Nicholas Williams, and the other panelists join the stage and share their perspectives and insights about the topic. The stage is all yours.
Thank you, Bree. Good morning, everyone. Once again, I'm Nicholas Williams. I'm the Vice President of Software for Devio Technology, and we're taking an innovative approach to blockchain. And this panel is about automation, which we've talked about a lot this weekend. So I think we're going to get into a little bit more of the strategy about when and where to automate to get the best impact. So I guess let's start with introductions from all of my esteemed panelists. Do you want to go first, sir?
It would happen as soon as you swallow, right?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
No. So I'm Wiley B. Oscar. I'm a manager at FedEx DataWorks. And a lot of my perspective today will come from just a combination of being at FedEx DataWorks, working on data engineering pipelines, also a lot of customer-facing consultations, around the world. So you can imagine with a company like FedEx that has global reach and is a bellwether type of company, meaning if FedEx sees, say, not a lot of transportation movement from, let's say, India to Europe or from Europe to America or Canada, then that means that a lot of products aren't moving. Therefore, we're probably in some type of economic depression or slowdown. So because you have that level of reach, my clients are global. With that also, my own firm that I have, where I really focus on taking a lot of that intelligence and working with small and medium businesses to help them grow and understand, because they're at the greatest disadvantage, in my opinion, just in terms of mindset for the most part, and they don't have the resources, if you will. So, and I'm happy to be here. And also, I'd like to say Happy Father's Day. If any of you are
Happy
papas,
Father's Day to all the fathers.
if you're a papas, you know, and want to also thank TechNet for bringing us here today.
Absolutely. I'm Kevin Haggart with WeConnect Nevada. We do voice, data communications, fiber optic cabling for large commercial buildings and small ones as well. We do installations here in Vegas, but we do consulting and design anywhere else that people may need it, whether it's a new data center or building or conference room, whatever you might need. We do those types of things. Just happy to be here today, excited to be part of this panel, and thank TechNet and pass it off to Ravi over here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ravi Teneti, Senior Vice President of Engineering at Jory AI. We focus on AI and automation solutions for healthcare industry, especially for healthcare finance operations, revenue cycle management operations. I've been in technology industry from past 20 years, working for Fortune 100 companies and also some of the fastest growing companies. My recent focus has been in AI in healthcare. I'm excited to be part of this panel today.
Great. So automation touches every part of a business, and that means there's a lot of optionality when it comes to what do you automate, when do you automate it, you know, what is your priority. Automating a physical process is very different from automating a purely digital process. You could look at automating finances, automating human resource processes. You know, pretty much every business has some aspect of those. So my first question to you all is, how do you determine where to prioritize automation? You know, what automation, and specifically in each of your different industries, where do you see the most impact to automation? Do you want to first go, Wiley?
Yeah, I'm right next to you, so I'll take that one. Yeah. I think, and I'll speak specifically from the customer experience perspective, and for small and medium businesses, micro, small, and medium. I think it's really first understanding whether you need to scale. Because some people decide and say that they want to scale, and there's really no need. They're scaling for the sake of scaling because the industry, and they're hearing around that they need to scale. But there are certain industries that there's really no need to do that. So I think it's up to the owners, up to the leaders to decide or determine whether they need to and where. And I think when you move on to the ones that do need to scale, I think it's really just assessing where your business is, assessing maybe where some of your bottlenecks are, and then dialing into some of those bottlenecks to see where you can remove a lot of the friction. From the customer experience perspective, how are you onboarding your customers? Do you have processes in place to actually do that? If you do not, if you do not, you need to assess that. You need to document it, standardize it by simplifying it, and you need to be able to monitor that with some type of customer feedback loops so that you can understand exactly where those needs are or what they may or may not be equipped to, what you may or may not be equipped to. And I think when you go through assessments like that, you begin to find out exactly where you may have some problem areas, some obstacles, some areas of challenge. And then most importantly, as you are doing this, really leaning into your FinOps, because many companies don't consider FinOps until like the last minute. and then it's really a bloated cost for you at that point. FinOps, if you don't aren't familiar with it, financial operations. When you look at security, you look at your infrastructure. Just think of bringing in your business team, bringing in your IT team, and bringing in finance, and them being able to talk about where you currently are and how you can actually get to maybe a future state. What is it going to take financially? You can plan for these things up front so that you'll be equipped later down the line. And this is pretty easy for right now because of the technology that you have out there, applications, business intelligence tools. This is something that's really easy for even small businesses to be able to take advantage of.
Yeah, absolutely. As a company, we're kind of going through a scale process right now. I recently moved here from Montana, so I had a business there, and we're starting another business down here, or have started actually. We've been here for 4 years. And some of the challenges we have is just being in different locations, where as everybody was under one roof, we had all of our systems were not quite automated at the time. And so now we're growing into a lot of different systems on the cloud. Like, for example, for our bidding and estimating software, we've got to a program called Procore that we're using for that. And then we're putting in place some CRMs and then financial tools and all that just to track it. Because as you move into a space and you get more and more customers, if you want to have a good product and a good result that you're helping those customers, you need some way to track that. And basically every business right now, I mean, there's so many tools out there, especially for like cloud operations and stuff like that you can use and programs. It's actually an amazing time, because you can take these big companies and the platforms that they have, and most of the times they have a program for your business or for a small business that you can use to, as you grow, you can buy more services from them and just keep that going. And the amount of data that you have to go back and look at other customers, remember all your customer touch points so that you can hit them multiple times a year, email lists, everything that you need to do. So yeah, it's just it's very important, I think, to get automated, and the technology these days is great, especially moving into AI a little bit. I know we use ChatGPT a lot, and where we use it for is just basically for customer ideas, customer personas. Let's say you want to build a persona of a person that's going to be a buyer, right? It'll kick out like a Jane Doe, lives, works, basically kind of gives kind of a certain demographic, something that you can use for target marketing and things like that. So there's just so many opportunities out there and good things. It's very important. I'll pass it off to Ravi.
So excellent thoughts. Let me bring a little bit of perspective from healthcare side, but these principles apply broadly to every industry as well, because when we talk about automation in the context of scaling, we are looking at how automation can help in scaling. The scenarios where automation is really applicable is when you have a process that is repetitive. So if the process is repeating, let's say 100 times today, if you are repeating that process in your organization, after a year, you're at least going to repeat it 10 times more, maybe 1,000 times. So that's the context of scaling, right? When you build automation for a repetitive process today, you have to ensure that the automation is going to help you to scale 10 times more in next 6 months to 1 year. That's one of the aspects. So, and in the healthcare context, I'm going to give you a specific example where large hospital systems have to do this patient eligibility verification when they schedule the appointment, and you provide them the insurance card, and you have to verify their benefits almost instantaneously. And that's a process that hospitals have to do several times a day. And as the health systems grow, you have to do it multiple times. I mean, you have to scale that process. So that is one of the areas where automation can really drive a lot of efficiency, right? Scaling aspect is one thing, and volume. So if you are processing a certain volume of transactions, it could be volume of data, number of transactions, and repetitively, then automation is the way to go, because humans cannot keep up on that volume. It's not best thing for humans to work on repetitive tasks and doing the same thing and again, because they can spend their efforts somewhere else, which is highly strategic. So in volumes, in healthcare space, if you are submitting claims, let's say hospital systems submit claims, a lot of claims every day. That volume increases, and if you are doing this manually and with a high volume, there is a risk of making errors. And the automation process can actually help you to, one, to handle the volumes, two, reduce the risk of making errors. So that is how automation, especially how we pick processes to right candidates, right processes for automation. I would say keeping in mind of this scalability aspect and volume and errors. So those are the processes that you would actually pick first.
Great answers. I'm just going to reflect some of those things I heard. You mentioned, do you actually need to scale? Which I wasn't thinking about, but that is an excellent question. It's actually something I've advised many small companies. I mean, it kind of depends on strategically what your company you want it to be. If you want a small company that just pays your bills and doesn't stress you out at the end of the day, you probably don't want to scale. There are absolutely niches all over the place for small mom and pop, micro firms to be successful for themselves. They're not going to end up with thousands of employees in a multinational organization, but that's okay. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that. And when it comes to actually automating for scale, as Ravi was saying, the frequency with which you do a task is really an important guide point there. If you do something 100 times a day, even if it only takes a minute, I've definitely had people I've spoken to where it's like, oh, this only takes a minute, it's no big deal. It's like, yeah, but if you have to do it thousands of times a year, that quickly becomes a lot of time. As on the other end of the spectrum, you might have a process that it takes a whole day and maybe you don't like it, like some auditing process or something, but you only have to do it once a year. It might not be as important to automate that. There's not as much time savings there. And one thing I heard, I think all of you mention, is that standardization kind of leads in to scale, to automation. And standardization especially helps with the error correction and detection. It makes the process really easy to teach new employees and really easy to track, and it makes your metrics better. So my next question, the mic's a little hot now, guys. My next question is, when you're scaling, what was it exactly? So strategically, when you look at what your, let's see, sorry, I forgot what my second question was. What was it? Do you guys remember? I sent them all a document, but I don't think anyone remembers.
No, well. As
yeah, give me a sec. You can riff on what I just said.
As you think about it, I have a question though, right? Like, we oftentimes, well, first of all, shout out to security experts, right? Like, I don't think we talk about security enough, and that is a segue. I learned a lot from talking to Sean and Terry about security and the importance of it. And if you don't know much about that, you can maybe go back and look at some of the conferences, and I think Terry has a speech later today that she's giving around something like that. But you mentioned that you also infuse some AI into yours, and for me, the focus on AI for certain businesses, especially in the small and medium, micro, small and medium space, is not a dire necessity for companies to run toward the AI space at the moment. You know, like I think companies feel pressure to say, I need to be a part of this whole AI trend and boom, but they don't understand how to get there. They don't understand the security vulnerabilities that they introduce. They don't understand so many of the different things. And to kind of lower the temperature on it, much AI is built into some of these devices, like the CRMs that you discussed when you talk about the customer experience and having that feedback loop. I think that's highly intelligent to be able to kind of build some of that in. But my question is, when we talk about optimization versus scaling, I think that those two words kind of get muddled together and they're vastly different. What are your opinions on like optimization versus scaling and the definition of those two?
Sure. Yeah, so on optimization, that's one of the big things that you kind of need to do first, right?
Yeah.
So with our business, we have to optimize our processes because right now, it's us in the office, but where we're going is we want to have multiple people, more customers, everything we need to do. So right now we're trying to optimize all the processes in our business, right? So we have certain procedures, certain practices that we all do. It's like a recipe. And we have those all baked in so that now, once we have that in there, then we can scale that up to more people. So basically I want to have the processes in place so when we do have to hire more people, we already have that process there. So as far as for hiring, and you just need to have a process because you're going to have those repetitive tasks that you're doing over and over and over when you're hiring more people. And if you have a system in place, it's way better than, say, me retraining every new hire to go through. So when we optimize, we put all of our stuff into like a standard operating procedure and everything like that for each role. Each role in our business is getting a very clear defined set of role and scope to their job. So we're doing that, and we're putting all that into our CRM system, and we're putting that into our other bidding software and things like that that make it easy to grow. Because one of the challenges is there's only so much time in the day. I don't know, any of you guys that have your own businesses probably have at some point went through the thing where you're working 20 hours a day and you're trying to figure out how to do everything. And you're just limited then by how much you can put into it. So having that optimization is super important for when you want to reach out and scale that up later.
And that actually leads into my second question really well. Is sometimes you have the luxury to sit back and look at your organization, your process, and decide, okay, where am I going to focus on optimization or automation next? But a lot of times, more frequently, I'd say, just changes in conditions kind of force your hand on something. You know, it could be something good, like you catch a tiger by the tail, so to speak, and all of a sudden you have a lot more demand for your services. Or it could be some kind of disruption to your industry, like the supply chain gets disrupted, or inputs, you know, like gasoline costs spike, or some other input cost spikes all of a sudden. And so how would you guys look at automation for making the organization more robust to deal with those kinds of changes? And I guess let's start with you first, Ravi.
Yes, absolutely. I think your question connected to the points that Wiley made: automation, optimization, AI. These are all pretty important aspects to consider when you are trying to bring automation into your organization. So one of the things that we have to consider first is what is our standard workflow that we are trying to automate, right? The place to start is that workflow. If that workflow is pretty standard, straightforward, rule-based, you could just automate it and optimize it, and it serves the purpose. And on your on the point that Wiley brought up earlier, there's AI-based automation. We do a lot of AI-powered automation, but the question is, do you really need it, right? You don't have to bring AI in every scenario. There are situations where you can design the solution without AI. Just because there is a cool technology out there, you're not going to bring it. So if you have a need to scale really, and if that process needs to learn, and that is where AI-powered automation, intelligence automation makes sense. But if it is a straightforward workflow, then the optimization process, you automate it and optimize it, and it serves the purpose. And another aspect to consider in terms of automation, when you're bringing automation, is you are not going to do a big bang implementation. Here's my process, and I'm just going to automate end-to-end and deploy. And it's going to be a huge change to the people, and it's going to be a huge impact to the organization. So to your question, Nick, I would recommend first starting with pilot, some pilot implementations. Taking a small piece of the whole process and try to automate it. And then do incremental improvements on it and phased approach. So that is a way to scale the process of automation, and also ensuring that you are ready for changes as well, because the process that you're automating are not going to stay static for a while. It's going to be dynamic. There are going to be changes every time, and then you have to go back and change your automation process. So that phased implementation process, starting with pilot and incrementing, that is a right way to approach in a lot of organizations and a lot of scenarios.
No, I think that's an excellent point. You have to have a need for it, right? I think that what Wiley was saying, where you just run to AI because it's a new buzzword, is not the thing to do. You got to have a need for it in your business, and something that is tangible. And you need to have some way to collect data for whatever AI that you have going into that's going to be usable for whatever situation you may have. So yeah, I think it's important to note that, yeah, doing like a small test thing, or taking it a few steps at a time and see like, hey, this really produces a great result with our workflow and everything like that, and it has some kind of tangible, measurable result that you can see from it, and then you can scale that thing up. Because if you don't, yeah, just running to it because it's AI, yeah, it is definitely a big buzzword, and I see that all big corporations, everybody's using AI because everybody wants to be, I don't know, a part of it or whatever, but we want it to be functional, right, as a business owner, and something that you can use to, not only help your customers, but also help your business and your bottom line, not just to mention it and say it just to say it because I want to have AI.
Right. No, I think I agree with many of the points, and I think that implementing business intelligence tools would be are critical at this point in this juncture, because everything is data driven. It's so data driven, which is why there's an intense need to have security around a lot of these things. But these business intelligence tools, whether it's something like a Tableau or any of those competitors, there's just so many business intelligence tools that will allow you as a team, as an owner, as a leadership organization, to have a better perspective of your entire org. You understand where your loopholes, or you're able to just monitor where things are happening, and you're able to predict where your business is going to be. So if I'm able to have some of these tools in there, and I'm able to see that, hey, we're going to be able to, let's say we're going to grow based on adoption of customers or clients or some type of adoption. We want to be able to scale to that, but we see through the analytics that we're going to grow within the next 2 years. That allows us the opportunity to start planning for some type of scale. That is vital for every business owner to be able to see. I don't know any leader or any business owner that don't want access to this level of data right now. You've always needed it to run your business. I think, Robbie, you mentioned it earlier, the human brain is just not able to process the sheer amount of data it takes to really scale and grow a business without automation. Mm-hmm. So we know automation is critical. You need it, right? You just need it. And I think business intelligence tools are absolutely the way that you can really get there. Whether you have it now, if you're starting, you definitely need to do it. You need to build it in now. And if you don't have it, they integrate with most things where you can start leaning into it, and I think it'll open up a vast new world for whomever didn't have it before.
Mm-hmm. I think all of you in some way or another mentioned standardization, and I think if you really have a standardized process, you have it written down somewhere. I want to make that very clear, because especially as you automate, yourself and your employees are going to not be doing that process manually anymore, which means necessarily there's a little bit of knowledge and practice lost there. So you don't want to lose that completely, and so documentation is very important. And then metrics, like you're saying, Wiley, you need to have some measure of the success or lack of success of a process, and it needs to be empirical. That's, I think, absolutely key to driving your business intelligence and things like that. It's very possible to come up with so-called vanity metrics that might make the C-suite happy, but they don't really empirically get to what's happening in the business, and you don't want those. You want real solid metrics that are measuring something, real in your business, whether this process is succeeding or failing, and that's critical.
What's the vanity metric? What is it?
Oh, you never heard that before?
No.
So
I've never heard of vanity metric.
I'm trying to think of a good example, but it's just like it's like a metric that isn't really empirical. It's more like kind of how the C-suite feels, sort of thing. Like,
okay.
Yeah. So it doesn't really get to the heart of the problem, right? It's just kind of like, oh, what color is our brochure today? Oh, the CEO really doesn't like that color. Like that's not useful, really. I mean, it might be important from a marketing point of view. I'm not saying color design does not matter. Don't misunderstand me, but yeah, you want to measure the actual result of the process, not something that's kind of tangential.
I got you.
Yeah.
So to all leaders, this is what your teams are saying about you.
Exactly.
You just like the color. They just want to see the color. But if your business intelligence tools are doing the proper job, then that data is not vain.
Exactly.
It should not be.
It should not be. Yeah.
If it is, you need to toss that tool.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't. Yeah, what tool you use is there's lots of tools out there, but you need to be empirical. Take a scientific approach to your business. Yeah,
all right.
I'm surprised you guys haven't heard that before.
No.
So on the KPIs, right? So you made a
KPIs,
very
exactly.
valid point on KPIs.
You've heard this in your KPIs, Robbie.
So
I haven't heard.
when you're talking about KPIs, the success of automation actually increases when you connect it to the strategic goals of the organization.
Absolutely.
Connect it to the KPIs of the organization. It's not a siloed, independent process that a department actually automates.
Mm-hmm.
It increases the efficiency and productivity of the organization and increases the customer satisfaction in a lot of areas. For example, in healthcare space, if I am putting automation to process insurance eligibility process quite faster, the patients who are coming to the hospitals will be very happy. It's a customer satisfaction, and ultimately we are helping patients and care. That is what we are focused on. So how do you connect your automation efforts to the higher strategic goals of the organization is critical, and that is one of the important factors that I would say.
So actually, I have a framework I could describe, and this is maybe secret sauce that I try to go for in every organization I work with. There's, if you guys have heard of continual improvement,
Yes.
so yeah, you can get into this positive feedback loop where you have strategy, research and development and tooling, and then operations, right? And if those can inform each other in a positive cycle, and yeah, each branch has different, right? The strategy tells stories about what the company needs. Research and development produces quality tools for operations. Operations reports empirical KPIs back to strategy. And if that wheel is turning well, you basically have an engine of improvement in your business. So it will gradually kind of organically increase in quality.
I was
comment?
going to
Yeah.
mention, so I talked a little bit about my business and what I'm trying to scale, but I want to look at my customer side. And so one of the things we do as far as data is for the consulting and, say, the communication space, we put in network systems for people. And so the data that they're going to give me when we come in, whether they need to do a network upgrade or not, whether it's how many comm rooms they might have throughout their building, how big their organization is, and they'll have specific data that shows how much traffic is being flowed on their fiber optic between one point to another point, right? Or how much data is being flowed to their wireless access points or their desktop locations or things like that. And so this is the data that we need, and I think if the customer can have that in a spot, they know that when they're in the process of scaling, when they need to upgrade their network some more. And so they can call us and give us these things and say, hey, we're trending on more and more data being transferred over these lines and these lines and these lines. And we can proactively go in there and give them an upgrade plan and say, hey, it's time to upgrade your gear. It's time to upgrade your equipment because for all the different the things that you're doing, you're becoming a little outdated. Or if you see that there's a trend in the traffic flows on their things, that you can get ahead of that and install that before it comes like a bottleneck where it's really holding something back in their organization. And that could be anything that they're adding as far as increasing their data flows, right? They got to talk to the servers from one end of the building to the other, right? And if maybe their file sizes are growing real big, or maybe an automation that they're putting in place is putting a more taxing thing onto their network. So that's one of the areas where just having the data in any kind of industry or anything is important, because once you have something that's measurable, you can do something to counteract it.
Exactly. Yeah. Until you have something that's measurable, you're kind of just guessing.
Yeah, if you can use, I'm sorry.
I was going to open it to questions, but make your comment first.
Oh, okay, just real quick. If you can use that data to, especially from the customer experience perspective, to personalize those experiences with your customers, I mean that's really vital, right? If your customers are going to give you permission to contact them, and when I say permission to contact them, if they are taking the time to put in their phone number, if they're taking the time to put in their email address and things like that, and if they have the option of unsubscribing or stepping out or opting out, these are all, to me, ways and methods to get in, to use this data to actually help a lot of your clients. When you look at the healthcare space, when you look at some of the data you just mentioned, I think we were talking about this earlier. I was talking with someone, I believe it was Reggie or maybe Ty. No one wakes up in the morning saying, I'm an idiot, and I want to be an idiot today. Like, even the people who aren't at their best, they wake up possibly wanting to feel like their very best. So as a company, if you're able to educate, or if you're able to empower your customers to feel like they're or to help them become smarter, like you're doing with some of the things that you just mentioned, I think that that's a great way to use automation to help you scale your business in terms of bringing in customers. Because at the end of the day, you should be scaling to increase the experience and increase profit. That's one of the reasons as a business that you are trying to scale at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
Increase efficiencies, reduce churn, reduce redundancies, reduce repetition, and to help grow your business at the very end.
Absolutely. So I wanted to open it to the audience real quick while we have a few minutes left. If you guys have any questions. Yes.
Kevin, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Given you were you're going towards a more customer-centric matter, do you mainly get yours from RFPs or RFQs?
So there's multiple ways we get our customers. We get it through a lot of the bid process and RFPs and stuff. But some of our existing customers, for example, we take care of Moen's warehouse here. And so we work closely with them and their whole network team. So once our system is in place, we have a thing. We check in with them almost monthly, just to see where certain things are. How's your traffic doing? What's going on this? What are your pain points? Anything like that. And so they're giving us that feedback almost instantly, which is nice. And then we put that into our system and just make sure we're tracking that, right? Because they're a high value customer for us. And we do that with all of our customers, but having that data in there so we know when to touch them again and when to talk to them about maybe doing an upgrade or maybe put it in the budget for next year. It looks like your traffic's going up. We should probably have some kind of project in there because they're an automated warehouse that houses all their like faucets and things like that, and then they distribute it. So you don't want to have a big thing that interrupts their production, right? Because this is a 24-hour facility up there. So the longer you can get something ahead of it and you can start planning for it, the better. Yeah, I don't know if that totally answers it, but
Yes and no, so I got a second.
Yeah.
Second part. So kind of piggy off what Robbie said, he was talking about the KPIs of the
Mhm.
organization. So as a vendor, you'll be more successful if you be able to tie it to their actual norms. So that you evaluate what the mission of the organization is, figure out how your company can aid to it.
yes, absolutely. And so, yeah, on the because we actually do the actual installation, we do the physical installation of the network, all the wiring stuff. And then also on the consulting end of that, we want to. This is where I think more you're going to, that they'll give us what their needs are, or what their values, KPIs, all the stuff that they have, and we'll try and tailor our growth into their organization through those, if that makes sense.
And that
Thank you.
that feedback interaction from customers is invaluable.
Mhm.
Every business needs that as much as they can. Yeah, and bring it back around to AI. I think that is one good place where these chatbots can be useful. If someone wants to customize and stuff, the chatbots, they don't have much persistent memory, so you have to be smart about when the customer tells you, I want my interaction more customized this way, you have to persist that in your organization somehow, through CRM or some kind of tool, depending on what industry you're in. But a chatbot that can read that and be aware of it in real time to interact with your customer on demand is great. But you need to make sure you're capturing that feedback and it's actually bubbling up to the actual humans as well. Is there another question? Yeah.
Yeah, one of the things that I see on the technology side, or not often, but sometimes, is solutions having to do with automation or data where the conclusion, when you look at it logically, doesn't make any sense. And I call that the sniff test. Do you have any hints for how you pass the sniff test?
Interesting. So okay, let's combine that with closing remarks. Yeah, how do you know if the result of an automated process just smells funny? Any advice on that? If it just doesn't seem sane?
I think my opinion is that is where the evaluation of and the design of the solution matters. If you are using regular robotic process automation, which is very straightforward and results are very straightforward, and you will not see any difference in the result that you expect. The problem that you are saying particularly comes in AI-powered automations where the data that the algorithm is trained on is really not in alignment with the problem that you're solving. In that case, that problem arises. My short answer would be process evaluation, solution design, and training the automation on the right data, because you are embedding intelligence. It's not human intelligence, it's technology intelligence, so there is always scope for mistakes. So there is more human intervention needed to solve this problem.
or maybe it doesn't have access to all the data it needs. When we say training,
Yeah.
maybe, you know, a lot of business owners don't want to give it access to everything. Like, I don't want to give everything. Well, that's a problem for it, right? It can't learn properly.
Well, it needs to focus on the right data, and the data needs to be clean, right?
Yeah.
You guys all know JIGO, like garbage in, garbage out. If you train AI on garbage, it's going to be garbage AI.
All right, well done, panelists. Thank you for offering us some
Thank you.
reliable solutions. We appreciate your expertise on the topic. Now, let's move on to our next keynote session, prioritizing equity in cybersecurity. In cybersecurity, diversity is not just a moral imperative, but a practical necessity. Different perspectives lead to more comprehensive threat detection and innovative solutions. Prioritizing equity in cybersecurity is essential for creating robust, effective, and innovative systems. It ensures that all individuals and communities are protected and can participate fully in the digital age, fostering a safer and more inclusive internet for everyone. This session delves into tackling the prevalent disparities and inequalities in the cybersecurity sector. Please welcome, with a round of applause, our expert, Terry Green, to share her insights about the topic.
Hello, everyone. How you doing today? Okay, so I'm a little different. I'm an energy grabber, right? So I'm going to give you my energy, so I'm going to require you to give me yours back, right? So we're going to do this one more time. How everybody doing here today? Good, there we go. Don't go to sleep on me. So the truth of the matter is, when you think about cybersecurity and we think about equity, we all know one thing. It's a lot of various threats out there, right? So I'm gonna ask 3 people, what does equity and cybersecurity mean to you, and why do you feel you need it? And I'm actually gonna start with you, Kevin, because I know your name. Okay, that's true. That's true. I like that. What about you, Reginald?
So if I had to take a stab at it, equity just be looking at maybe having some diversity in terms of the different areas of cybersecurity and maybe democratizing it to those who can access it to ensure that the security meets multiple layers.
I like it. I like it. I don't know your name, gentlemen, but you was the moderator yesterday.
Tyrone.
Tyrone.
Yeah, so, I mean, equity could mean 2 things, but I will go with diversity and inclusion.
I like it because you're right on. So the truth of the matter is, when we think about cybersecurity, right, to me, diverse threats. You got one more person?
I just want to say it just means making sure that everyone has access to the same level of security.
Yes, that is part of it, but it's also inclusivity. So when you think about, we talk about AI all the times, right? How we can have an unbiased system, garbage in, garbage out. It has limited access to particular data because we only have one set of individuals inputting the data, whether that's gender, whether that's race, whether that's cultural normalities. If it's not placed inside of the tool set, we have limited aspects on what the data will actually give us back, right? So the truth of the matter is, for me, diverse threats requires diverse defenders. So hackers don't discriminate. When we think about they're touching various sectors, from education to financial institutions. They have people in Korea, China, almost every country. The United States, majority of the time, as we've actually talked about it the other day, majority of the cybersecurity professionals are inclusive to Caucasian males, right? So think about it, if you think about this, we got Siri and we got Alexa. That's us telling women what to do. If it was more women at the table, maybe it'd be somebody telling Tyrone and Alexa what to do. Okay, so I'm actually gonna figure out which one of these move forward so we can get this party started. I'm gonna cover 3 things: the foundation of equity in cybersecurity, analyzing the diversity deficit, because there is one, and enacting change for an equitable future. Meaning in leadership, we need to lead by example. And I'm just grateful, which is why I get to stand by here, because I am an example of that. Equity versus equality. I think people muddle this one too as well. They think when we're talking about equity and equality, it's the same thing, and it's not. It kind of piggybacks inclusivity, making sure people have access to every level of cybersecurity at the same rate, regardless of who they may be. But then we still have to think about the distinction between providing resources and providing actual addressing the unique challenges in cybersecurity, like disparity of women, disparity of minorities that sit at the table, regardless of what their race may be. A minority is a minority, right? And then cybersecurity for everyone, which is what the young lady in the background kind of said. Everybody needs to emphasize a universal concern about cybersecurity. So who all in here heard of multi-factor authentication? Who all use it? Well, the whole room, hands should be up. Okay, so do you have a debit card? Everybody got a debit card, raise your hand. Everybody that got a pen, raise your hand. Well, welcome to multi-factor authentication. It's something you know, something you have, or something you are. That's biometrics, the physical component, or something you know, like the pen. We have misused the term so much that people get confused. So it's nothing new. We've been doing it. It's just the terminology that's alarming everyone, right? So, of course, we do have historical barriers, and we know it's dismantling, and a lot of it is based on racial disparities with the women trying to come in to bridge the gap. But if you think about it, the way a household is ran, you have traditionally a male and a woman, right? And a long time ago, the men would go out, and they would be the provider, and they would be the ones because that was their job. And the woman would stay home, and she would do all the mundane tasks at home because she was actually better at that. So can you think about if women actually came more into the field, how well greased the machine would be? Because what we actually seen over a term, that's illegal, sir. So what we actually seen in a term was that women can actually control and monitor things at a rate that we can't. Women are more strategic. That's why she had more tasks at home. And I know it's, so you're like, well, Terry, I don't want to hear this, but it's the truth. It actually takes us collectively to be able to kind of fight a war that has been ahead of us for a very long time. I know you guys seen Queen's Gambit. And in Queen's Gambit, because I'm going to break it to you in layman terms versus technical terms, she was amazing, right? But if you looked at the United States, we didn't win with the Queen's Gambit and with a woman being at the charge until we collectively came together. The other countries were winning because they knew the power of collaboration. It was the last thing we did, and when we did, we conquered. So if you think about playing chess, I call it cyber chess. So this is why equity matters. You have diverse threats that require diverse defenders, highlighting we have people with ransomware, where they actually have companies now, they have HR teams. They run just like yours. They have KPIs, they have SLAs. Believe it or not, it's no longer just a threat. It's realistic. They give nice salaries. I used to be an ethical hacker. Not everybody is ethical. Just know that there's a thin line between ethical and unethical. I just think I'm too pretty for prison. So then we have innovation through inclusion. Demonstrating inclusive teams. This matters. Think about all the ideas of innovation and creation that can actually manifest from having a multitude of individuals at the table. The panel was just a rare example of that. That was a diverse panel. Various aspects, different cultural norms, all had something to say to bring it to make it more interesting for everybody so that everybody can be heard, not just one voice. You had Ravi. You had Tyrone. Tyrone, you wasn't there. You had Kevin. What's your name? Nick. We had Nicholas. I remember that. Okay, so we had Nicholas, and then we had, what's your name, sir? Wiley. That's his name. I was going to call him William B. So empirical, I mess his name up all the time, y'all, so don't judge me. I'm bad with names, which is bad. Okay. So barriers of achieving equity comes from systematic challenges, pipeline problems. We don't have enough people. I think Ravi talked about this the other day. He put out an application, and he received, let's say hypothetically, because I don't remember the exact number, 130 applicants, and only 30 of them were women. That's a pipeline issue. Sometimes it's not even the woman don't feel like she's qualified. That could be one of it. Sometimes she's overlooked because she is, as Dr. Lisa said the other day, overqualified. That's actually a problem that happens. And then sometimes people are afraid of being dimmed. But you have to understand what's for you is for you, and no one can dim your light. So then we have retention and advancement. We have directors stepping down to be engineers. Have anybody thought why? Because things have changed drastically. When you think about NBA basketball, the players get paid to do a job. But when they don't win, who is the person that get fired? The coach. Now, I can pay you and I can train you, but that don't mean you're going to show up. You might be Kyrie Irving and want to actually say you're going to protest and don't want to come to work. But yet the coach is the one that's getting deemed for the actions of the team. So a lot of times, cybersecurity has changed so drastically, and we have engineering mindsets that's not willing to change with it. I say a prime example. If you ever heard about the CISSP, who've ever heard about the CISSP? It's one of the highest exams you can get in cybersecurity. And then if you're a manager, it's something called the CISM, right? What if I told you they teach you two different things, right? So I took the CISSP, and I am a manager, right? And when you think about it, you have to erase everything that you knew to do from a managerial aspect. It's teaching engineers to do the opposite. So we're already creating division amongst the exam we know everybody is willing to go get. So now, how do we all get on one page? So you have engineers saying, no, we don't need these iterations. We don't need these validation checks. We don't need this. This is taking too much time. But you have the manager saying this is needed. So if we do not have these validations in place, if we do not have the KPIs or some scalable metrics, how do we know when we're failing, right? And people really, they start talking, they're talking the same language, but they're actually reading out of a different book. So how do we get everybody on one accord? That's why a lot of people leave in their positions, because they don't no longer know their role within the organization. Lead by example, people. You can walk the walk, but it's a little bit better. You can just walk the walk versus talk the talk. So I can sit here all day and I can say, I'm a mentor. I'm a sponsor. It's the way I talk about women when they're not in the room. Even if listen, I might not even like the individual. Let's be honest. I'm not saying you got to love them. I'm saying you have to support them. But you have to do it wholeheartedly. And you make sure you actually sponsoring somebody that you truly believe in. Because at the end of the day, it will resonate through the way you speak and the way you act. You have to put some policy and practices in place that are actually achievable. SMART goals. Don't come with these policies you know ain't nobody gonna hit you, not gonna even hit it. You're gonna set yourself up for failure. But the practices and policies we put in place to be able to show that we are trying to achieve something greater, that we are putting inclusivity practices from a hiring practice in place, like Ravi said, which I loved Ravi. Like, let's think about the practices and the policies you are putting in place. This matters. This actually aids to us saying that we're all trying to get foster a better equity and accountability metrics. If you're not accountable, what are we doing? What are we doing? So it does matter. You can't just configure it. You got to know what you're configuring it for. Now, the deficit people, I know we talk about statistical snapshots. We talk about comparative analysis and global versus local. When I look at stats for all my data-driven people, I measure mine a little bit different. So if I'm looking at my help desk tickets, you know, sometimes they may say one and done. I'm not looking at something that's one and done. They can close a ticket, but how quick did it take them to resolve it? I'm looking at that efficiency. And then from there, you might automate it differently or put different iterations in place to kind of make it in a continuous effort where we can actually be more customer-centric that way, right? How do we follow up? Technology people don't, they have a problem sometimes, y'all. Please forgive me, but you know I'm telling the truth. We don't always know how to talk to people, which is why they come get me. And guess what? My battery is limited. I'm still technology. So I can only talk for a certain amount of time. And that's why I love my wife. I don't got to say nothing. I can just look at her. She know I need some coffee. Yep. So like, or I might need to put my church finger up, but being aware makes you accountable, right? So I done even did something. I'm not telling y'all to do this, but find something that works for you. I put on my Amazon glasses. I can be in a board meeting so I don't get bored, and I might be listening to meditation music in my ears. I mean, over my bone conductor while my ears are open. So being able to do tactics, because you have to be actively listening without distracting yourself and not taking yourself out of the mix. So I do that so I don't lose, because my attention span is very short. That's why they tell you only got 5 minutes when they're executive. We don't care about all this stuff. Tell us, is it going to work and how much it's going to cost? Know your audience, right? Now, you know if you're talking to me, I'm going to ask you a hell of a lot of questions. That's why it's important to know your audience. Come to me with the data. If you don't come to me with the data, I know you don't know me. Just like a CFO. He don't want to hear all this verbiage. He wants to see some numerical numbers. What is this? Is it saving me something? Is it a benefit to the company? Is it going to take me in the ground? And that also going to your comparative analysis. I know I'm a part of this community, and I really don't say the acronyms because they continue to grow. But one thing, like, and I've been a part of the community my entire life, and I still don't know any of the acronyms because it doesn't define me, right? So just being able to understand that there is power in diversity. When we talk about, I was talking to a young lady that was from the Hill Conference, and she's a board member at a school district, and she was saying how her new executive director is a part of this community and how he came in just to be able to kind of figure out his point of view and his lens, the way he tackled things were totally different, and it was out of the norm because he was different. But it actually made some achievable results for that school district. And now they're succeeding in ways they never saw themselves succeeding before. So this is why it's important. I don't care. Listen, if you come here all red, I might hate red. It might look good on you. I'm going to give you a compliment anyway, okay? So global versus local. Examine the difference. Not everybody got to win. Do y'all know that? That's a wide area network. I just was actually in a company, and they have 30 locations. From a cybersecurity perspective, the first thing we try to do is understand their footprint, right? So we can be able to figure out where their loops are. They got 30 different lanes. That was the first smart thing they did. Now, some people may say, why are you doing that? 30 different local area networks versus one global WAN? Easy, because they can hack that building and it won't affect the rest of my network. So let's think about a small disaster recovery plan versus saying now the entire company is impacted, now we got to go into a business continuity strategy. Because there is a difference between disaster and business continuity. We talked about economic costs and social consequences of not actually having diversity at the table, and we all know if you get hacked, what happens to your reputation? When your reputation goes down, what happens to your company? So ask yourself, do you want to grow? And you got to understand, cybersecurity is going to happen. We're not saying you're not going to get hacked. We're saying when you get hacked, how you respond actually matters. Cybersecurity has to work. So it's a 99% chance that you can survive cybersecurity, but that 1% chance matters. Technology only has to fail one time, just once. So this is why you always have to prepare for the inevitable. So it's the same thing when we start to think about the diversification in this field. We cannot see from different lenses if we keep staring through the same window. Just because you grabbed you a new bottle of Windex don't mean nothing. The same Windex with a new name. Just know that. They just rebranded it. I promise you that. So security implementations, and so we become more vulnerable. Our defenses actually decrease while theirs are increasing because they're opening their bandwidth. They got people from Mexico, Pakistan. They don't care where you're from. If the common goal is to bring USA down, they are down for the cause because they have one enemy, and that is us. We're the only ones that have not figured out the value in coming together, which is why it's our social consequences. So one thing, we talked about the feedback loop. The feedback loop aids to proficiencies in making a company better. So being able to get some personal testimonies is really important. We do this, think about why you do it for your business. So you do it for your business so that you can think about your pros and your cons. Because I want people to be honest with me. I'm not just going to put things up where they said I was the best since sliced bread, because that's unrealistic. You're not going to please everyone. If you please 70%, you've done good, because you're not going to please everyone. So now being able to kind of focus on that 30% of a margin is really important on how you strengthen your organization. When we think about when we do pilots, if we have people that are not test savvy, I go to them first, because if you can convert them, you can convert them all. Start with the hardest person, not the easiest. Some people like to take the easiest route. To me, I like to take the hardest. Success against the odds. You looking at success against the odds. They told me I couldn't make it. I went from orphan to CIO. So success is actually a mindset, right? And so is the odds. So the way we look at those, we highlight achievements. We actually, which is why you guys are recognized for all your hard work, is something TechNet Conference did. They highlighted your achievements, because recognition is important in order for you to keep moving forward in this organization, or even to continue to move, especially in cybersecurity. We need to have more women-owned conferences where we're actually highlighting these individuals. There's a couple of organizations that's doing a phenomenal job, like CyberHer. I actually speak for them next week. One of the owners, the woman that owned the company, she's a director at Raytheon, and I love her, right? So then the power of role models. So if you can't model and be able to figure out how you can do this repetitiously, we'll only get to limited potential, right? So I can stand here and talk to you, and role models have to understand it's not a la carte, it's not one model fits all. Is dependent on the person. You're going to kind of look at the individual, figure out their individual goals, and figure out how you can guide them there. I'm not talking about them outside of the rooms. I'm guiding them there. So I have sponsorship between a woman with CyberHer, so I'm talking about her different. So I want you guys to understand the difference in that. I believe in her. I believe in her mission. She believes in my mission. So when we converse about each other, we talk about each other differently. It makes sense? Can I get a amen? Can the church say amen? All right. Are you guys familiar with SWOT analysis? I'm going to ask one more time. It's a room full of people, but I don't hear nothing. Are you guys familiar with SWOT analysis? Yes. Awesome. We talk about strengths. They say weaknesses, but I say weaknesses/growth. I try to make it a positive. Opportunities and threats. And when we think about threats, I'm always saying that's something that's external to the organization, right? Something that's probably out of your control. But when you think about strengths, you identify strengths and advantages to a diverse cybersecurity workforce. What would that do for your organization? You can close your eyes right now and think about the state of your organization right now, where you are. It may lead to some weaknesses when you think about the limitation on the tool sets that's being created on your team, and why they cannot achieve certain efficiencies because they've only seen from one lens. You can even go over and say, hey, we keep running into this particular gap. It may be documentation. And we know in technology, if it's not documented, it didn't happen. But a lot of men don't like to document. I know y'all know this. Yes. Mm-hmm. So that's why a lot of the project managers are women. Think about this. So they tried to bring product managers and project managers in a different capacity. And now they're even looking at the aspect where they have technology project managers, because they need her to know technology, and they need her to be able to document these processes and move these operations. But if you notice, engineers don't like project managers in the call, because they're actually held accountable. So it's not how you do it, it's not what you do, it's how you do it. So being able to kind of figure out how you can bridge that gap, make it where you can talk to them in technical terms, and they understand that you're one of their peers, and then you can be able to kind of reiterate and talk to that in layman terms to the other group, so they can understand, because they don't really understand the technical nuance. You have a lot of VPs and a lot of directors that do not have a technology background, and they run those teams. So I need you guys to be mindful of that. So they always leave room for opportunity. How can we build these things differently? How can we think about cybersecurity in the beginning and not the end? It actually saves us money. If we build a tool from the beginning, from a concept, and we say, my vision is to be able to put this in front of millions, but I don't think about the security impact from the beginning. How do I build the code within the actual product in which I'm developing? My company can be out of a lot of money, especially if we're not using Agile as a framework. When you think about in the older days, they used to use waterfall, meaning somebody had to do something before you could do something, before you could do something. And then let's say you got to the final stage and the customer said, I don't want this product. You had to go all the way back to the beginning, and you probably lost a lot of money. So understanding, having an agile framework when you actually do this in small iterations, to be able to get to those small phase pilots, be able to test it out and build the security in it is really important as you scale out. Now, enacting change is done various ways. Education and outreach, partnerships for progress, and inclusive recruitment strategies. Go to schools, go to women conferences, go to whatever event in which you need to do. Your company can actually partner with schools to be able to kind of build up the next group segment, because a lot of the stuff is not being taught in schools. So you have to think about what it is that your company maybe needs. We know AI is coming up. It's not something that we're going to be able to actually avoid, but the way we actually do put it in our organizations is important. So I wouldn't let it touch PII data. If you're just using it as a feedback loop and it's on a separate VLAN where it can't interfere with my network, that's something totally different. If you're not making sure it's touching data that can impact the organization, how do I pipe it down if something happened on this network? They can have all that data if it's only questionnaires, right? They do have it where you can configure an API in GPT 4.0 because we do it. We do it on a bot. When you come on our site, you might want to go to certain documentation. And a lot of people are, when you think about different generational norms, some people want things right now. They don't want to search for it. So they can be able to use the bot, and it's going to direct them to the same sheet that's public, though. I'm not going to give you something that's private. I'm not putting Black Carbon. I'm sorry, I love y'all, Black Carbon, but I'm not putting you in my network, okay? Because at the same time, I also was able to go into Chat GPT, and it's not what you ask, it's how you ask it. And I was able to find out information I should have been able to find out. So that's something they're still working through, right? So just be mindful of that. Education and outreach, you can never stop learning. Conferences, continued education, certifications, get out there. Continue to understand that there's always some new vector. There's always some new threat. There's always some new technology. And if you want to stay relevant in the field as well as effective, you have to continue to learn. But that's also where you get to meet a lot of different people, voices you probably never heard before. You know what I mean? So then you have partnerships with progress like I talked about with the schools. But the main thing for me is inclusive recruitment strategies. You got to present at various conferences so people can see you. Visibility matters. Cultivating an inclusive environment is about building a culture of belonging. I always say that it's important. I want to create a team so strong that nobody knows who the leader is. When I walk through the door, I don't want them to always think it's me. I want my team to feel that they're so empowered that I trust what will come out their mouth because I trust them as individuals, which is why I told you I do the meditation and yoga with my team, making them better people outside of technology. Because at the end of the day, their job is only 8 hours. Now, don't get me wrong, some people don't know how to put the computer down, but that's another story for another day. So then you got mentorship and sponsorship programs. It's important to have both of them in your organization. When you have people coming in, you want them to understand your cultural norms, teach it to them. If you don't teach it to them, they'll never know it. So one thing I do is, I don't care what organization I go in. When I was somebody else's CIO for 9 years before I started my own. I worked for companies like IBM and TransUnion, so we talking about big organizations. And when you go in, I did something called a lightning round. I went to talk to people. I didn't wait for them to come to me. I put them on my calendar and came to them. And be flexible and accessible workspaces. Not everybody is into this traditional workplace. I'm not interested in being my mom. That's all I have for you guys today. You can share the slide, but remember, accountability and continuous improvement is needed with you all, your goals, and the workforce. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Terry, for sharing your knowledge and energy. Hello. On such a crucial topic. We really appreciate it. And I officially have my new Netflix series to binge watch, Queen's Gambit, because I was not up on it. So now I have something to watch. So I just want to make a brief announcement. We did have a change in the schedule. We will be doing lunch from 1:15 to 2:30, and following that will be the recognitions. The change in the schedule does align with the conference next door. If you've been going back and forth between both conferences, so they have had the same schedule change. And if any of these changes conflict with your travel schedules or anything, please just see me and we'll do our best to accommodate you today with those changes. So moving right along, our next session will be a fireside chat on understanding the cyber risk impact, enhancing preparedness for uncertain times. As businesses and individuals rely more on technology, the potential damage from cyber attack grows exponentially. Addressing this topic can help us better comprehend the vulnerabilities within our systems and develop robust strategies to ensure resilience against possible breaches. Our experts are here to make their best decisions by suggesting groundbreaking solutions and insights on the topics. Please welcome our distinguished speakers, Nathan Broderick, Dr. Lisa McKee, and Brandon Fetters, to the stage. Thank you.
All right. I'm Nathan Broderick. My company name is AI Vector. We're a AI software company, so we help businesses integrate their AI solutions into business. We teach them how to do that and teach them where AI is appropriate and where it won't work for their business.
My name is Dr. Lisa McKee, and I'm a professor at Bellevue University and teach graduate classes, including risk management. And I also have a security and privacy company called American Security and Privacy.
My name is Brandon Fetters. I'm a senior manager of R&D at Broadcom with their cloud security division, as well as a co-founder of a company with my wife, Apprise, where we focus on small businesses and helping businesses do anything from websites to AI and ML solutions.
Very good. All right. I'm going to be helping doing the moderation for this event. And so we're going to start off. We're going to be talking about cybersecurity. We're going to be talking about the risk assessment in these uncertain times. So we'll start off with, what is risk assessment? So we'll just go down and have everyone talk about what their views on risk assessment is, and then we'll continue to the next questions.
Yeah, so risk assessment is assessing the organization collectively across not just systems and applications, but people, processes, and technologies, where there may be potential gaps either in security, privacy, or potential, even physical security. And how do we resolve those to make sure that our organizations stay up and service our customers?
Yeah, I think that really kind of hits it at a high level. I think it's important to understand what in your organization is risky, right? So understanding data you're collecting, whether it's software, hardware, data, devices, all of that type of stuff, understanding what that is so that you can then go about the process of what Dr. McKee discussed with regards to kind of that assessment piece.
Yeah, and I agree with Lisa and Brandon. I think risk assessment is that, as well as I look at it from a system standpoint, making sure that people don't get into my systems, and also that they don't steal data, and also that the company's protected long term from any bad actors or people from the outside. All right, so let's talk about there's a couple different types of risk assessment that you can make with the business. So we're going to talk about the first one, which is security risk assessment.
So security risk assessment, understanding your technologies and where software development, applications, processes, and what gaps might be present with them, even including like disaster recovery. So if a system or application goes down, how quickly are you able to respond? Or even ransomware, we were talking about that earlier with other things such as ransomware and encryption keys and storage of that. So that's on the security side. Brandon, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, it ties in as well with compliances of, you know, a common topic that's come up this over the last few days is like your PCI, PI, HIPAA, just all of those data elements and making sure that you're also compliant with those.
Yeah, yeah. And for a security assessment from a system level, and it's making sure that that you have the proper controls in place. You do your regular patching. Can people gain access to the system from outside? Who has access to it? Who has access to VPN? Who has access to your controls? Who has access to the data, you know, from every aspect. So we need to look at that from a risk assessment level. The next one that we'll cover here is privacy and what's privacy risk assessment.
My favorite topic. So privacy is specifically more looking at the data itself. So security systems and technologies where privacy is looking at the data. Who has access to the data? Where is the data going? Where is it shared? And especially looking at third parties and the risk that comes with that and where that data is being stored even internationally. We talked about that earlier as a group of international privacy laws and risks that might come with cross-border data transfers.
Yeah, and with international becomes things that enters things that we aren't always thinking about, right? Because we have data centers in foreign countries and different places, and we're thinking, oh, we have our data center with a U.S. company, maybe, but where are their data centers stored? And that might mean that we have to do more due diligence on our side to make sure that our data is safe, that we're following regulations, things of that nature.
Yeah, from my level, I look at it as even though I've got a company that I use like Amazon or I have my own data centers, that it's that risk of, you know, can I keep the user's data private? And even though it's up on Amazon and it's in their systems, who has access to that? And that's definitely, just because it's out there on Amazon doesn't mean you're safe. Just because it's in your cloud or your systems, definitely can be scary because, yeah.
And another aspect with that, when you talk about that, is even like data retention, right? Not just where is it stored, but how long is it stored out there, and what's that retention process look like to identify that information that's met its retention policy, and then to securely remove that information, not just from systems and applications that are online, but also from backups.
Yeah, and one thing that can happen as well is we've captured, okay, we've limited our access to a certain number of people, and we're capturing the fact that they're accessing it, but then we never actually go look at who's actually accessing that data. Is there someone that's accessing the data that we actually don't think they should have access, whether that's intentional on our part, and we just didn't add them, and you know, there's something internal, or did we actually have somebody who got into our system that's accessing it on a new account that was created without us having any visibility? So it's important not only to limit that access, log that access, but then also go look at those logs and do some verification to make sure that only those people are actually accessing your systems.
And there's a good point about that, because when we talk about security and privacy and some of the differences between them, with security, it's that unauthorized access, right? And we talk about who breached a system most often is what we're looking at. When it comes to privacy, privacy is even accidental disclosure. So if I were to send, you know, a list of all the participants that are here at this conference to, you know, either one of these gentlemen, that could be seen as a privacy incident because they weren't supposed to get that information. So it's not always just unintentional, but it could be accidental. And depending on the laws and regs, it may be required to disclose that. And that should also be part of your risk assessment of when you talk about access controls.
Yeah, and I mean, on the lines of that, I totally agree. It's pretty scary thinking, made aware of some extra laws and things coming up with privacy. That's going to be a lot more stringent and tight in terms of that. And you really need to start paying attention to who has, who can gain access to it. What are you sending out? If you're sending names out, you need to be extremely careful. So there's going to have to be a lot more from a smaller to medium-sized business corporation, you need to worry about this stuff now. And so there might have to be additional trainings or items added to it to show that, hey, I'm taking care of it. And, that's an extra cost for business to be able to do that. It's also making people aware. That can cost some money for small business. A lot of them don't even have the time to research the laws out there, let alone that. But yeah.
And that's a good conversation point too, is that we've talked about the difference between compliance and checking the box and making sure that you have controls, and only from a compliance perspective. So we talked about SOC 2 and PCI earlier, versus having a holistic security, privacy, risk management program with security and privacy controls to protect all of that, will help with some of those changes in regulations. Because if you have a more holistic program, then you're not just chasing all the regulations and the changes that might be coming down from that. Usually those programs will help catch some of that.
Yeah, and you were actually speaking about this earlier as well. There's a lot of different regulations from, we have a bunch of different states that have their own regulations now. There's international stuff, and that's changing all the time. So quite frankly, even being in the field, it's very difficult to keep up with all of those changes. And not only the changes, but okay, here's a change that's been posted. What does that really mean? What does that mean for my business and what I need to do to protect my data, to protect my customers, my employees? And sometimes that takes some time to work through. And so there's time and effort and resources that need to go into that, and ultimately money, which isn't always the top of our minds when we're trying to run our day-to-day business.
Because that is, in essence, a risk in and of itself. If you don't know the laws and regs and standards that apply to your organization, then you can't have the appropriate controls in place, you can't monitor for them, and so then therefore you can't ensure that you're doing the necessary things to be compliant with those laws.
Yeah, that's a.
For a space like FedEx, of course, we have cyber everything, but still vulnerable, of course. But for small, medium, micro businesses, this is the toughest conversation. They understand the importance completely, but these regs, California especially, that's a bubble, right? They have their own planet, and then just all these other regs that are there. Are there plans to help facilitate communicating and allowing small, medium businesses to adhere or to better protect themselves than right now? So right now, if you try to consult with or advise a company, it's very different. They're depending on ISPs for security. They're depending on the applications for security. And in terms of how those applications for GDPR, of course, there was a big mandate for all applications to do it. But that's not the same in terms of how they're going to adhere to security for all security breaches and risks. So are there plans to help small, medium businesses better prepare themselves and better equip themselves to better learn the cyberspace so that they can protect themselves?
That's a great question. So the question is, are there plans for small, medium-sized businesses to help manage all the regulations and manage keeping on top of this so that it's not as burdensome? Actually, just this week, the White House, or maybe it was last week, the White House came out with an initiative where they are going to start looking at some of that and streamlining that. I entirely agree with you, and we were talking about this earlier, in that there are so many laws and regs that organizations are almost crippled by it, right? It's there's so much to do, and then they conflict with each other, that then I do nothing because it's too hard to do everything. But so you're in that catch-22, and completely agree. It's not easy for small and medium-sized businesses, and you do then tend to outsource a lot of that and put reliance on other third parties. But then there's risk in that too, because do those third parties know? Do they truly know the landscape of your organization? And so, yeah, unfortunately, there's not really an easy answer for that. What I tend to lean towards is having more a holistic security and privacy framework that's implemented across the entire organization. And if that then includes, in most cases, you can catch 80 to 90% of all those laws and regs, and then you're not chasing laws. But do you have an opinion?
Yeah, no, I think it's a challenge, right? And it's
Yeah.
going to be a process, and we're going to make baby steps, and there's probably going to be some times where that's missed or we take a step back. But I think my advice would be, the first thing is just awareness within your organization. You know, so I made the comment earlier about, okay, we're logging people who have access to our data, but we never look at that log, right? Because okay, great, we checked that box, and we're good there, and now we're going on and doing our stuff. And so I think one way to help with that, even within an organization, without having to understand the ins and outs of the risk or the breaches and things of that nature, is just to be aware of what data do I have, who has access to that data, and really trying to limit some of that stuff as much as possible and go take a look at it, right? And while it doesn't directly address your question and the issue, I feel like it takes us one step closer to just, as a small business owner or medium business owner, having that awareness of, something weird may be going on here, and I really do need to reach out and go get some help and maybe pay that money that I wasn't willing to do up front without, where nothing had happened.
And what you're talking about is data minimization, right? If
Yeah.
you don't have it, they're not going to come get it because they can't get what you don't have.
From a small to medium business perspective, yeah, a lot of this is frustrating for us. So we look at a lot of these laws come in and we don't have the resources lots of times to take care of it. There is no money there for taking the CEO out for 2 weeks to be able to go and figure out, some of this stuff. It's not realistic at all. So we were as we were having that discussion, like personally, I would like to see, or I'd like the laws to open up where if you're getting attacked, you can retaliate back and you can actually get on the other person's servers and shut them down. I know that sounds kind of strange and some people like it, some won't, but I think it would be nice to be able to have some form of, yes, I'm getting attacked, I need to be able to push back, or have some more controls in place to allow you to be able to function during those times. I've seen companies get attacked, and there's nothing worse than waking up in the morning with the ransomware banner that says you've been hacked and pay this amount by 6 hours or it's going to double. So those types of things are really scary. There are if they're going to do forced regulations, I'd like some things to come out that are trainings for this that are free, or tools that are free to be able to take care of that. That would actually be okay, and then you could work with it better. That still doesn't solve the problem of you don't have enough staff to work through it. That's a whole nother issue, and that's something that would also have to be addressed. Is did you do enough to take care of the problem? Would be a checklist thing, and say, yeah, I did.
Yeah.
We kind of do.
No retaliation, that's what I heard.
just be careful what you ask for. Yeah, the type of attack.
I realize that's not a popular opinion right there.
The
I
teenager in the
wouldn't do it.
basement versus a state-based attack might have a different response as well. But
Yeah.
But I think the frustration, I think a lot of people would agree
Yeah.
that they would want to do that.
Yeah.
But, and I bring that up because security is so very important. And when you deal with small and medium businesses, I think people fail to realize that with some small and medium businesses, actually close to over 70% in California alone, California is a state that's really run on the back of small and medium businesses.
Oh yeah.
But most people just think it's the large companies, but it's not. Small and medium businesses, the one owner is serving the purpose of different roles. So for them to stop and they understand they need this they need this security, but they just don't have.
Yeah.
It's a special breed to even deal with. You gotta think.
Yeah.
Most people don't. Yeah.
They don't know sales. They just know the product. It's
Yeah.
a dream. And then for this, so it would be great to maybe see regulations that require these applications that they're using in some way to be heavily, heavily secured, to protect them in some way, because the education is going to get there. And even if you gave me a video, they probably don't have time. You probably don't have time to retaliate.
I don't, and I wouldn't,
Yeah.
So, but I do have time to hire my staff to be able to take care of the servers and patch and do the bare minimum and learn about that. I do have time for that.
yeah.
And yes, and absolutely, that is something that we do. We use AI to help assist us. Like I don't have enough to cover all 4,000 servers we're watching right there. We use AI for that. We use monitoring tools to watch it. We use AI to watch the servers, watch for differences, and it's fantastic for watching the security side, catches that. But
Well,
yeah.
and I think maybe the dirty little secret as well is big companies aren't good at it either. And one of the trade-offs or one of the decisions at big companies sometimes is it's still going to cost less for them to pay for the penalties for some of the stuff, especially with some of the lawyers and kind of getting some of those fines down, than for them to invest everything to cover all their bases as far as security goes as well. The analogy I tend to use, whether personal or even in small businesses, is we think of a house, right, and house security. If I have my house and I leave the door open all the time, it's not going to be secure at all, right? So first thing, let me close the door. Then let me lock the door. Then let me, but maybe put a fence up and let me get an alarm system. And so for every layer that you add on, what it makes you do is you're less of a target, ultimately, because there's enough people out there that are easy targets that a lot of the attacks are focused on where can I go do this quick, get in and out, not get caught, and maybe that means I'm getting smaller amounts of money, smaller information on things, but that easy win is a positive for most attackers. And so just each level you can get, it's not the be all and end all, but it at least helps you make you a little bit less of a target. It's similar with just the data that you're storing, kind of going back to if you don't have the data, you're not as much of a target. It's you don't have anything of value that's worth going and attacking. Easier said than done, but.
And what you're talking about there really is defense in depth, right? So the more layers that you have, even if you get through the first layer, what's the likelihood of getting through the second layer and through the third layer and, down? And even if you get through the first one, right, you might catch it at the first or second layer so that it doesn't perpetrate down further. And so that then is a risk tactic and mitigation strategy. The other thing that I heard, Wiley, that you said too is when we deal with small and medium-sized businesses is that you're absolutely right in that a lot of times people have many roles in those organizations because they don't have big staff. We've also know that even in medium and large businesses, people get promoted into positions that they may not be qualified to even do because somebody left or this is a new job and we just need somebody to fill it. And so going back to the training and awareness aspect of not just putting people in roles, but do you have the right people in the right positions doing the right job? And if not, what does that look like to solve that? Do they need training? Do you need to hire another resource? Because that's also going down to risk. If you don't have the right people and you don't know what you're doing, you can't protect the organization and the data that you have and your customers.
Yeah, all right. Awesome. The next one is what methodologies do you guys use for risk assessment?
Yeah, so that's a great question. There's many different methodologies out there, ISO, NIST. I actually created a privacy risk methodology that's out there as well, that's been published. ANSI has one, so there's many different ones. My biggest recommendation is NIST and ISO specifically have complementary security and privacy frameworks that include risk. So when you find that methodology that you're looking to implement, find those complementary ones so that you're solving it from both sides. What do you use?
Yeah, kind of referencing those, really what we end up doing on my side is on the cloud side, we're looking at kind of attack vectors and identifying those attacks and being able to stop them at the time they're occurring. And so it's a little bit more internal, our methodology, but it's not all that different from, like you said, there's a bunch out there, but like NIST and.
Yeah, I mostly use right now a compliance-based, so it's a checkbox list of, do I have this secured, do I have this secured, am I patching, am I doing backups? So we're moving towards a better system is what we're doing right now, and we're revising systems in the company. There are CRM tools out there that we've been reviewing and that sort of thing. But yeah, it's becoming more and more important that as we've been transitioning from small to medium, there's lots of these questions that you don't think about when you're a small company. You would have never thought about needing more people to do this stuff, and you don't think about that till you've got a certain size of staff. And now that we're larger and that sort of thing, and we're growing real fast, it's neat seeing that we need to do that. So I'm not quite as large as Broadcom. We'll get there, but we're excited to see the growth. We're excited to see new tech come out for these strategies, and maybe we'll just train our AI bot to take care of it, so it can implement these strategies in place. Why not?
So where does risk sit in your organization? Are you responsible for that on the security side?
Right now, I hire a person for doing the risk management.
So is
we've
that an
got somebody
internal
in there.
employee or external?
He's an internal one.
Internal.
Yeah. So what we don't, where we're growing out right now, we do internal, but we do, we're setting up some software and trying to bring that in place to be able to at least have that external looking, external view of it. But we also work with, different large organizations who also review our stuff. So we're constantly getting spreadsheets, and I'm talking, 40 pages of material you have to fill out. You're doing this. Where's your data located? We have to maintain the diagrams and all that no fun stuff to do. I'm glad somebody else is doing that, but me. That's how we handle it. They're massive checklists of somebody else is already analyzing our organization. They're already doing the risk assessments. And most of the time, I just implement that with our own staff. I'm like, do this, take care of this. This is what this large company wants. So we're going to make it happen.
Yeah, because there's different models for that too, right? So it could sit in within security. It could sit in the risk office as well under the CRO. So there's not really a specific place as to where you have to put security and privacy risk. Privacy might even fall under legal or under a privacy office. So there are different models, but the biggest thing is that making sure that it's accounted for somewhere and that somebody has that responsibility, and that when you're looking at security and privacy risk, it actually rolls up into the enterprise risk management framework and role, because those are different. Enterprise risk management, looking at things like privacy and other things, not just security and privacy. And not always do people understand the differences between them. What about at your organization?
Yeah, so at Broadcom, it's a very large organization, so we've definitely got a bunch of people that are focused on those areas. And then on my own company, Apprise, it's my wife and I kind of tag team that and cover as much as we can. But often we don't kind of take our own advice of, we don't end up capturing any information ourselves. We try and limit that as much as possible and support the companies that we work with within their environments and systems, and help kind of mentor and educate them as we go along.
Question.
Yeah, in all organizations, regardless of size, one of the things I've heard from you is that security is everybody's business. How do you go about making sure that everybody's included?
So the question is that security is everyone's business, so how do we make sure that everybody's informed and aware? Somebody want to take that?
I'll start, yeah. Even from our company, I make sure that everyone, has phishing training, I think is way important. There's free sites out there for doing that. There's also the pay stuff. I found anything works better than nothing. We have some phishing training software that we use internally, so we can spoof the emails, make it look like it comes from FBI.gov and other fun places, or put fake links in there and see who clicks on it, So those are some really useful skills. And also, part of it is just when we're talking with people and doing that, it's not just the trainings that we give. It's also talking with them and say, hey, did you do this? And did you lock it down? I pay attention to my security experts in the company who talk to me, and they're like, hey, somebody's logging in at 11 o'clock at night, Why are they doing that, and who was it? And, so we do a lot of watching of the systems as well to make sure we know what's going on. And then we educate that person as well. As from an individual basis, we don't have to be as formal as doing some things, but we still do formal trainings and things like that to help them.
So some other things that I've done is posters around the organization, reminders, because the more you see it, they say that typically 5 to 7 times is what somebody needs to be heard or see before the information really starts to sink in. So having those reminders around the office. And October is Security Awareness Month. January 28th is International Data Privacy Day. So I like to do special events around those and just bring everybody together and, give them treats or something and just help them be aware of these things that are important to us in a fun way. Because the annual awareness training, I don't know about you all, but let's be real. You're like, okay, click the box, click the box, click the box, I'm done. It's the same one that you've done the last 5 years. And then people get bored with it. And then it's not effective. So that's another tactic too, is how do we switch up the training so that we're not giving the same training to the same people year after year after year to where they're just clicking through, they're not really learning anything, and then it's not effective.
Yeah. Well, and I think the phishing campaigns, in particular, I've seen as useful in the way that when I'm watching a training video, I'm I'm not going to get caught by that stuff. I know better. And then the phishing campaigns can actually catch you. So that's one way I've definitely seen experience myself and people going, oh, wait a minute, okay, I was humbled a little bit. Let me actually maybe pay a little bit more attention to this.
We built some good ones too.
Yeah. There's some pretty. It can be pretty effective at times, even for people that know better, right? Or the timing of when it gets you. You have a call from home, and you're going through email, or you're doing it on your phone, right? So that one I find effective in that way. The other thing I would say is there's a lot of these good ideas, but if the company itself, and especially the leadership within the company, hasn't also owned that and taken it on and talks about it and lives it, then it ends up being this is my one time a year, I've got to click through these slides to get through my training and we're done, and then I can kind of forget about it. So I think that's the other important aspect here, as well as a lot of things within our businesses, where if it's something that's important to us, we need to be able to show our employees and our organization that it is important at the highest levels, so that behavior then also can filter down. And we're leading by example, not just that one time a year where, okay, get your training done so you don't get in trouble, and then move on.
And you're talking about culture, right?
Yeah,
A
exactly.
security-aware culture, a privacy-aware culture, where it comes from the top down. And I like this top-down, bottom-up, let's meet in the middle approach, because it really takes all hands on deck to understand the risks that we have in our organization, because the frontline people are going to be the ones that are going to find this is what's really broken and this is what's not working. They're going to trickle that up to the middle management, and you need that support from the top down to say, yeah, I agree, let's go fix it and let's tackle some of these problems. Because if you don't have that, then the front line is going to keep raising the same issues that never get resolved, and then now we've got ransomware and other things that happen.
Yeah. So that brings up a really good segue into the next question, which is, what are the basics you guys do for risk management? What are the basic tools, and what are the basics that you do for it? So, yeah.
Yeah, so after you conduct your risk assessment, understanding the landscape of that. So prioritizing your risk, giving criticalities. Is it small, medium, large? Is it, there's different scales, 1 through 5. There isn't a one size fits all. But how do you prioritize that? Because you can't fix everything all at once. And some things are going to take a larger effort than others. Some are going to be more expensive. Some are going to take technologies. So prioritizing those based on criticality, creating a risk management plan that then has owners assigned to it, timelines, solutions for that, so that way you have a plan of attack to address that. It's not just, okay, we know this risk is out there and we're just not going to do anything, because it's not going to, if you take that approach, it's not going to help the organization.
Yeah, I think you hit on it. It's the prioritization, criticality, and then ownership is the big one, right? Because if something comes up, if you don't have an owner, then it's likely to kind of sit around. So you need somebody to own that and be driving forward whatever whatever you're working on at that point in time.
Yeah, and what we've identified was there was no owner for some of it. So what did we do? We built an AI. There were certain small things where we were saying, who's taking care of regular patching? At the time, we had one guy doing it with too many servers to manage. So we started taking care of that. In that way. Also backups, who's taking care of it? When are we getting backed up? Where's our errors? So we started identifying those issues, and again, implemented some AI to help us manage that. So AI is a great tool, I think, for a lot of that, giving it the capability of, 2 o'clock in the morning saying, hey, can you back this up, or You can send a scheduled text to it and back it up, you know.
But for those
yeah.
companies that haven't embraced AI, I know we've heard a lot
Yeah,
about
yeah.
it these last couple of days. There's a lot of organizations that haven't embraced it yet, and that's okay. AI is still something that a lot of organizations are trying to learn and understand, figure out what's the implications. That's another risk, right,
yeah.
to an organization, is what does that look like? And so even if you don't have AI, right, it could just be an automated job that goes out and says, okay, look at my risk register and which ones don't have owners. Or maybe that's an individual that's going out there periodically and looking at the risks that have been logged in your risk register, or which ones don't have owners, or even, you know, due dates, right? We talk about owners and having a plan, but which ones are past due, or which ones are over budget, or, you know, what does that look like, so that it's not just going into this black hole and on this list that nobody's managing.
Yeah, and so we can even broaden it maybe to automation, right? Of those alerts that we set up. You know, and you given an example earlier about someone logging on at 11 p.m. at night, right? And so alerts, whether they're time-based or, you know, a bunch of different scenarios. And those are automated alerts that someone's not actively having to look at all of that traffic, but something happened that we think is important enough now for a person to look at. So you're filtering down all of that information so that when the person goes and looks at it, that's a valuable use of their time. They're not just, you know, you're not paying somebody to sit there and look through a bunch of random stuff all day. And then the AI ML piece can just build right on top of that.
Yeah, if you know, if you don't have the tools, if you can't afford them and don't have the tools, start with something is what I always say. Something is better than nothing. Go grab a spreadsheet, mark down the things that are risk to your organization and write them down, and then prioritize them like you guys are saying. I would say that's key to just getting something started. And then later on, when you find out you don't have enough time to do those things, yeah, that's usually when you end up buying these expensive tools.
Yeah, and I think the other advantage to that approach is that you do then get that understanding. So you're forced to have an understanding then of the things that are happening within your organization, within your network, that you care about, that you're seeing, so that when you get maybe the more complex tools that, okay, I don't understand exactly how this AI model works, but I do know that I've found, you know, again, if we just use the login time, I found that there's these logins that are late in the evening, or if I have a login late in the evening, my people aren't working then, that's very strange. And so when you see an AI model that's doing essentially the same thing, but it's maybe built for a more complex organization that has offices around the world, so the login times aren't always consistent, so it's doing it in a more complex manner, you still understand the basics of what's happening there. And so you don't have to be able to implement it yourself, but you can make that transition from the simple solution to the more complex solution, and it will really help you implement that and leverage those tools to your advantage, because each one of these is really just a tool in your toolbox to use.
So Nathan, one of the things that you talked about is just start somewhere. And earlier when we were talking about this, it's how do you get started, or what are some of the foundations of a good risk management program? So making sure that you have policies and procedures, a governance over it. It's not just going out and doing a risk assessment, but what's the frequency of that risk assessment? What's the scope of that risk assessment? Who's responsible for that should all be within your governance documents, your policies, and your procedures. And you're absolutely right, whether that's through spreadsheets or an automated system that keeps track of that. But it's really important that all of those go together collectively to make that program.
Perfect. Yeah. Well, let's get into the another question right here. This was a fascinating one for me. I'm a national company, and they've worked internationally through that. So I wanted to ask, what's the international issue? What are the international issues for risk management? Yeah.
Go first.
Yeah, I mean, I can give maybe an example from my past where I was working at a previous company where we built software for airlines that airlines used for maintaining their fleet. So supply, financial stuff. But we had to be ITAR compliant because we had international customers, and ITAR and some of the airplane parts fell under military laws. And so, like, it wasn't this, but it's the same as if we were like shipping missiles, or we had information about like missiles in our system. And so we were a US-based company, but we were contracted with international airlines, and we had to be ITAR compliant not because we had information ourselves that was sensitive, but because our software was being used by airlines, and it fell into this kind of military gray area. So, and mentioned earlier just the data center side as well, right? And knowing where your data centers are important because there can be consequences and ramifications in the future if those data centers might be located in areas that aren't friendly to your country, whether that's the U.S. or other countries.
Yeah, so when we talk about security and privacy on an international perspective, there's 85% of the countries in the world have some sort of privacy laws. There's also countries that have very specific data security, cybersecurity laws as well, so China and Russia and India. And when we look at that and understand the whole footprint of what your compliance obligations are, making sure that you're looking at that from a global perspective if you are a global organization, because it's not just what's going on here within the States, but it's all around the world because all of those apply. And understanding then what those nuances are in those laws. So India, China, Russia, a lot of them have written right into their laws where they can come into your organization and say, I want to see all the information you have on our citizens. So if that information isn't segmented out from your US or other regions, now then you've got risk where they can see information into other areas of your business that maybe they shouldn't, maybe that information isn't there, but because it's not segmented, then it opens that up. And I actually worked for an organization that did have a presence in China when China's cybersecurity law came out in 2018, and we did a risk assessment on that and evaluated the risk of not having accurate segmentation and what's the cost that it would have taken to get that in place versus the revenue that was generated from the business there, and determined that it wasn't worth the risk because we weren't wasn't a huge significant impact to our business, and we ended up shutting that down. So understanding that and what that could mean, and then understanding too, now we have all the wars that are going on, right? Unfortunately. So where are organizations located geographically around the world? Is it a secure place? You know, going out to the Department of Homeland Security website and looking at those travel bulletins that they publish all the time, because that's constantly changing. And when the Ukraine and Russia war started, the organization I was working for at the time, we did business with companies that were in Ukraine that now we can't do business with, and had to figure out what that looks like. So making sure then too that you also have plans to accommodate that, and that you know, like you say, where's the data and where's our data centers.
Yeah, that's great. In terms of that, natural disasters, wars and that, one of the businesses I was working with as a system engineer, we built some monitoring tools to watch earthquakes out in Japan. You know, extremely useful. You could tell when they had a big earthquake there because they were happening quite a bit. They got hit with the 7.0, brought down the data center out in Japan. So we had to watch that. And yeah, I built that tool. It was kind of fun to watch the 5.0s and the 4.0s come in with the aftershocks, and we were just watching it on a graph, and we put that up in the data center. But that was part of risk management because Japan was a really big market for the company we're working for.
And then being able to fail over, right? So
Yeah.
when you identify those, now we know there's a risk there. We have identified a solution to monitor that, but then what's that failover look like? And what's the solution to that? How do we transfer that traffic in near real time so that you're not down?
Yeah, and that was also a big challenge that we ran into is, where do you send that traffic? When Japan's down almost completely due to that, it's kind of, those are some fun challenges you got to deal with as an organization.
Yeah, and maybe just, we mentioned disaster recovery. I think Dr. McKee, you mentioned that earlier. And it's important also to practice those things so that when you do have that event where your data center has gone down or something's happened, that you know that process will actually work for you. Because it's a really bad feeling when you have something happen and then you go to that document and everyone felt great about it, and you go start working your way through it, and it doesn't work the way you thought it did. So definitely practice those things as well.
So Nathan, Brandon, it's been fun, but I think we're at time. So thank you, TechNet, for having us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys for that engaging and informative chat there. Now it's time for a little coffee break, a little leg stretch. So let's take a moment to get some aromatic coffee, delightful refreshments, and network with like-minded experts. We're going to have a break and reconvene here at 12 p.m., so enjoy your break as there's a lineup of thought-provoking sessions ahead. We'll see you back.
Okay, thank you. Oh yeah, and there's my first slide. Terrific. Okay, looks good. Okay. That should be fine.
right, welcome back, everyone. Hope you got your coffee and your refreshments and you're ready to rock for this second half of the last day. Now, our next keynote session, integrating AI and ML in modern data architecture, challenges and best practices. As organizations increasingly adopt such emerging technologies, they encounter numerous challenges, from data integration and scalability to ensuring accuracy. Listen to the keynote speaker to unlock the full potential of AI and ML, enhance decision-making, operational efficiency, and competitive advantage, and address concerns such as data privacy and security. I'd like to invite our speaker with a warm applause, Richard Winter, to proceed with his presentation on the topic.
Thank you. When I started my consulting practice, something over 30 years ago, I wanted to focus on the largest and most challenging data warehouses and similar systems in the world, because I thought those were the most interesting problems to be solved in the area of data warehousing. I've come to think of those as the skyscrapers of the world of data and analytics. And skyscrapers, if you think about it, are not just bigger than other buildings. They have their own challenges in architecture and engineering that must be resolved to make them work successfully as intended. And large and unusual data warehouses are much the same way. But something I didn't anticipate 30-some years ago when I went down this path was the emergence of artificial intelligence and machine learning as a central consideration in the use of data. But that's what we're looking at now over the next 5 or 6 years. We're looking forward into a boom in the use of artificial intelligence on enterprise data. And as it turns out, this has tremendous implications for the architecture of data warehouses and lake houses, and vice versa. It turns out that the architecture of data warehouses has direct implications for the utility and success of artificial intelligence and machine learning in the enterprise. That's what I want to talk about this morning. And before I get into my slides, I want to share with you the result of a study recently published by Forrester Research. And I'll give you the highlights. If you're interested in learning more, email me or get in touch with me through LinkedIn. I'm Richard Winter. If you search for LinkedIn, Richard Winter Data Warehouse, you'll find me. And you can communicate with me that way. So Forrester studied, what I'm going to talk about today is what happens when you move artificial intelligence and machine learning inside the database, inside the data warehouse or the data lakehouse. And this is an idea that's actually been around for about 15 years. Various data warehouse vendors have tried to make these kind of capabilities available to customers going back that far. But relatively few data scientists have chosen to work this way, working inside the database. And so Forrester did a study to understand what's the impact of moving this data science activity inside the database. They did their study at a healthcare provider, an organization with $5 billion in annual sales that employs 5,000 physicians. They concluded that by moving the data science activity inside the database, data scientist productivity was increased by 50%. They concluded that the investment required to make this move, change in processes and so on, produced an ROI of 244%. That is about 2.5 times the cost was returned in business value. That patient outcomes were improved, that the profit of the enterprise was increased. When they started the study, before they had moved the activity inside, the organization employed 6 data scientists, and they had 25 models in production. After they moved inside, they increased their staff to 8 because the ROI justified that. And they then had 80 models in production, and the number of models was growing rapidly. I'll say in a few minutes as we get into this, I'll explain what was holding them back. But the result of the study was that the process of actually not only creating models, but seeing them through to production use in a business process or a medical process went much more smoothly and rapidly and efficiently as a result of this change in the workflow. So this is one small illustration of the dramatic impact of this change. And now I want to talk about what that change is, why it hasn't happened so far, and what its significance is for the next few years. So, first of all, what's coming the next few years in artificial intelligence and machine learning? No doubt everybody's talking about it. You can't go to a conference without hearing about AI. But you don't hear that much about what is really going to happen in the enterprise in a quantified sense as a result of this. So here's what McKinsey concluded in a study, a recent study. They did a survey of 3,000 executive leaders, of global 3,000 executive leaders. And what they found is that most companies, in spite of all the talk, are not yet making much actual use of machine learning, the older AI technology, let alone generative AI. But they expect a dramatic increase in their level of use of these technologies by 2030, to the point where 2/3 of them expect them to be in widespread use in their companies. And I think the most important point is McKinsey estimates that the impact in terms of business value from using these technologies will be between $10 and $15 trillion of return on the investment over the next 6 years. 10 and 15 trillion dollars. So if you want to read the study, again, get in touch with me and I'll send you that reference. That's not all, though. They also made a projection on the impact on enterprise value. That's for the public companies, that's stock market value. For the private companies, it's what the company would bring in a transaction to acquire it. or merge with it. And their projection is $25 trillion. That's the size of the U.S. economy today. So they're basically projecting over the next 6 years a growth in enterprise value equal to the current size of the U.S. economy from AI and machine learning. Now, this is incredible. It's probably maybe the biggest technological transformation that's happened so far, perhaps bigger than the PC, the internet, or the smartphone. And yet, for that to happen, these technologies have to be deployed pervasively in business processes and in many cases on quite a large scale. And that's what leads us to the data architecture issue. And there's another thing that leads us there too, which is this stuff is not going to be free. It uses a lot of resources to run machine learning or generative AI processes. And the costs of doing this in dollars and in energy are staggering compared to anything else we've seen in the past. So that's one more indication that if you want to do this stuff in a major way in your business, you better do it efficiently and scalably. And finally, I recommend this book. I read it. It's about prediction. Prediction is kind of this author's way of summarizing what machine learning does. Basically, self-driving cars predict what a human driver would do given a certain set of circumstances. Many of the miraculous things that have developed out of machine learning are essentially prediction. And what they're saying is we're coming into an era of pervasive use of predictive technologies. Once again, a statement that this stuff is going to be everywhere, but if it's going to be everywhere, it's got to be efficient. So, what is this issue about? Well, AI is miraculous, but companies have actually struggled to move what it seems to be relatively, there's a widespread success in creating models which successfully predict things or solve problems, and that work that can be demonstrated successfully in pilot. But it's very difficult and often time-consuming and expensive to move them into production. Difficult enough so that that process often fails. A large percentage of models that are created never actually get deployed in a business process. That's been the problem across the industry. And Andrew Ng, famous authority on this, says so in so many words. What goes wrong? Data preparation is time-consuming, expensive, and exhausts data science and data scientists and data science resources. Model training, it takes a long time to move from pilot to production, and many fail. The way data science has traditionally been done is the data scientist works on the data science workbench in an environment optimized for the data science work. It might be a workstation, it might be a Spark cluster, it might be a Hadoop cluster, it might be a SAS cluster. It's a separate environment just for that purpose. But when you try to apply these data science models in the enterprise setting, they have to interact with production systems and with production data. Data that's often being curated for other uses in the enterprise. That data is on a production data platform that we show here on the right. And so when the data scientist works, they have to extract the data they need to work with, or much of it, from that enterprise data platform into their work environment. They often can't afford or can't take the time to get all of the relevant data, so they work with a subset. They train on the subset. Then when they put the model into production, it's different because the whole set of data can be different from the subset. And there are many other issues. There's a security risk in moving the data out of the production environment. Often the data science environment itself is not scalable. The move back is painstaking and difficult. Lots of problems. Question?
You want questions now, or you want to wait till the end?
Let's wait till the end. Another issue is that data scientists generally are trained to work in a kind of solo mode, even when they're part of a team. If they need meticulous control over the data they're working with, and so they like to start from scratch. And they often like to get data from its original source so that they are in no doubt about what's been done to it before they start working on it. And so in large enterprises, the data science workflow often looks like this, with each one doing what is essentially an artisanal process to perfect, a terrific individual data model. But one thing about that is, from one project to the next, they often use data that overlaps. And by working completely solo, they lose the benefit of data sharing. So the approach that's now being widely proposed is to move the workflow inside the data platform as much as possible. And so that means that the training is done inside the data platform. That means that if the model is a standard model that's available off the shelf, it's been made available as an embedded function in the data platform. There's a similar thing for Gen AI I'll talk about in a moment. So the training is done there. Moving from pilot to production doesn't require a port. The training can be done on the full set of data. The data is never moved outside of the environment, so there's no security risk. And both the training and the scoring in production is done in a scalable environment. And then these sophisticated data platforms have built-in optimizers, which are smart and find the best way to navigate to the data that's needed by a given request. That navigation is done by the intelligent engine rather than by somebody working from the outside trying to guess on their own what might be the best path to the data. So lots of advantages. Another part of the story is that in machine learning functions, at least those that are widely available through libraries, don't operate on data in its raw form. They operate on something called a feature store. This is a particular way of representing data to make it easy to do machine learning on it. And in the features, so much of the work that data scientists do in developing models is creating the feature store needed for their current model. And the idea here is to have a shared feature store inside the enterprise data platform, where all the data scientists can use it and contribute to it, where it's curated, where provenance is retained, where everybody knows where every feature came from and what steps were taken to make it what it is. Turns out if you do it that way, about 70% of the time, the features you need are already there when you start your project. So there's a big gain in productivity. And so with this approach, we transform machine learning data science from an artisanal process to an industrial process that can be done at larger scale, not only from the point of view of work productivity, but also from the point of view of efficient execution. And the last point that's interesting is one of the reasons data scientists often resist the idea of working inside the database is that they might need data that's not there yet. And then in the typical large enterprise, they have to go through a painful process to get that data ingested into the database. But with most of the modern platforms today, they can access data that's not ingested. They can access data in object storage that's in open data formats like Iceberg. And so if you're a data scientist and you have 3 files you want for your project that aren't yet in the database, you don't have to move them in. You can put them in object storage, register with them with the database, and now the database engine can work with them. So what is this new strategy? Have as much data as possible of interest to the data scientists inside the database or accessible in object storage. Run as much advanced analytics and machine learning as possible inside the database. This includes generative AI. And make sure your database does all this stuff efficiently at the levels of scale and complexity that your company needs. So in this area, as in every other one, the database platforms seem to be equivalent, but they are not. They may be, in some general sense, logically equivalent, but how they function at large scale is very different from one to the next. And so if you have demanding requirements, you must make sure you have a data platform that can live up to them for your data science initiative. So I have just a few minutes left, so I just want to mention that generative AI, which is the sensation that's taken the world by storm with ChatGPT and similar AIs that can interact with you like they were people, that companies want to apply that technology to their enterprise data, their enterprise document stores. And once again, the way to do that is going to be to bring the Gen AI to the data. And in order to do that, you want a data platform which has these capabilities: vendor indexing, vector indexing, similarity search, vector embedding, extensions to SQL, to enable similarity search to be integrated into queries, and so on. All the major vendors are going down this path to provide these capabilities. Some are far ahead in being able to do it and being able to do it at large scale. So I think I have time for one example. So I'm going to give an example that involves generative AI and machine learning. So this is a retailer in, of all places, the Middle East that's running an experiment with smart shopping carts. These are the shopping carts in the grocery store. When you put a product into the cart, it scans it, and it immediately tells that has happened to a data warehouse. The cart knows who you are, where you are in the store, what you've bought so far. There's a Gen AI which has read a large corpus of recipes. If you put 2 or 3 ingredients for a recipe into your shopping cart, the cart will say to you, are you making a chocolate cake? Or are you making a quesadilla? It can guess what you're probably making from the first 2 or 3 ingredients that fit that recipe. And if you say yes, it will then list for you the other ingredients you need. And it knows your brand preferences from your prior shopping trips, so it will list the brands you prefer. And it knows what's on special in the store, so if one of those ingredients is on special, it tells you that, and it helps you find them. So this application combines generative AI, machine learning, enterprise data, and enterprise analytics to produce a business solution that enhances the shopping experience, helps the customer complete the shopping trip more rapidly, increases customer satisfaction, and may contribute a little bit to profit. So that's possible only because there's a data warehouse at the center that can do the real-time ingestion, the real-time analytics, the machine learning in the database, and the Gen AI in the database. And it's all interacting with data science workbench, in this case in Azure, using the Microsoft Gen AI stuff. So, fascinating glimpse at what's ahead. Well, so I think do we have a minute for questions? Okay. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Really, just an observation coming from healthcare and having done some work on machine learning, applications of machine learning, and I'd like your reaction to this. One of the things, the differences that we saw was in pulling together databases of data that went from different silos to create big data. We created, I call it the Pacific Ocean of data. The provider who was seeing that particular patient or recipient of the care on a very, on a time basis is looking for one particular fact that I call the pearl in the oyster.
Uh-huh.
And if you have any wisdom about how to seek that, I know what we did was we sat down and we asked them what was the 3 things they didn't have they wanted. And we found often that those 3 things really didn't seem all that relevant to the outcomes. But once you provided it, they became active partners in helping get to the stuff that wasn't practical. Any other case about how to do that?
How do you have that pearl in the oyster available to the provider? Is that the question? How do you have the pearl in the oyster available to the provider? Yeah, I think it's a tough question, but the answer, I think, is a long journey of data integration and probably investment in data quality, so that you build more. It's those in my experience, those remarkable insights that are previously unavailable, they often come from integrating data that hasn't been available together before. Like you said, silos, they're silos. And so it's the integration of that data, across sources that often is what produces those insights.
And if you look at my talk yesterday, a part of that was the fact that we integrated
great point. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you for audience for engaging in that informative conversation. We're moving on to our next fireside chat. The topic is datification challenges balancing privacy, security, and ethical considerations. People's personal information could be misused, which is why we need strict rules to protect privacy. It's also important to keep data safe from being hacked to maintain trust. Using data responsibly, fairly, and honestly is vital to keeping people's trust and ethical standards. This fireside chat will help you find a fair way to protect people's rights while still benefiting from data use. Give a round of applause to our experts, Nathan Broderick and Nicholas Williams.
All right. All right, I'm Nathan Broderick with the company AI Vector, and we're an AI business integration company. We specialize in helping businesses bring AI into your organization, and we help you identify the spots that you need AI and help you integrate it.
And I'm Nicholas Williams. I'm the VP of software for Devio. We're a blockchain services company, and yeah, we do a lot of different things with that technology.
All right, so we're going to talk about datafication, and we're going to talk about the ethical, the privacy concerns, and security practices that we should use in that as well. So, first off, what is datafication?
So datafication is a term that got coined around 2013 or so, and it's just this act of trying to collect as much data as possible to create big data sets for analysis and information gathering and predictive analysis, really. So when you talk about big data, datafication is the input to that process.
Yeah, and from what he said, in layman's terms, I like to think of it as you put all your data in one big database, and you break it down into chunks you can look at and see in relevant areas. So pretty much every single company uses some form of data in their environments. All the big ones, you want to see as much as you can, dealing with your sales channels, and you want to see revenue. You want that as real time as you can possibly get most of the time. And the bigger the company, the faster you want to see that revenue. So that's where datafication comes in. So the first, we're going to cover two points of datafication first. So we're going to cover tokenization, dealing with the blockchain, and we'll talk about AI datafication and how that comes into play.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, as we were talking about this prior to this chat, the tokenization is a heavily used term in the blockchain industry, but it's not really specific to that. That is kind of the act of chunking the data into relevant, discrete containers, tokens. And AI does a lot of the same thing. So if you have a piece of data with several fields, like a relation, that often could be thought of as a token, and it kind of, those pieces of data move together wherever they are in the system. And yeah, I mean, you can talk about the AI context.
I'll cover the AI side of it. Like's been covered in other meetings. It's taking your data and it's bringing it all in. It's bringing it all and then training the model based off the data. So it just depends on the format you bring it in, the type of data you bring in. Will change the way the model functions. So when you look at bigger models out there, for example, ChatGPT or Gemini or any of these any of these models, they bring in a lot of data from the outside world, place it all together, they scrub it, they change it the way they want it to look, and respond. And then after that, they build the model, and then make that available to us. So it's really nice somebody's got that much computing power out there. But that brings up what it is. So let's talk about datafication, and what are some good uses of datafication? What are some things we can do with it?
I mean, it's really just a big set of data to analyze and make predictions about the future. I mean, that's really what they're doing, trying to identify trends before they happen, and trying to influence customers to, make decisions so they can sell advertising for more money, and ultimately it's trying to influence customers to buy things. Is usually the end game there. And with systems like ChatGPT and stuff, it's trying to suck up as much data as they can scrape from the public realm. As we were talking about before, when that data is perceived as public, I think that's not as big a deal. But when you get into zones where the perception is the data is only shared amongst friends, like in a social media network or something, then it's a little more ethically questionable if that data should even be used.
Yeah, and that comes into datafication privacy, I think, is if you publish something embarrassing out there in the public space, well, ChatGPT will sometimes have that scraped in there. You can ask questions. One example was a doctor that was using ChatGPT, and he put in his patient's data, and all of a sudden people could query about that customer after the next training iteration came around, and they were able to see stuff about that customer. Pretty bad. That broke the private. That's privacy is a big deal, especially there. Yeah.
Yeah. So how do we maintain that privacy? Richard touched on in the last talk, data cleansing. You don't want to let that data get back into the training model, especially personally identifiable information. That's a special class of data that is about a specific individual. If you could identify someone from that data, that's bad.
So coming down to talking about scrubbing data. So we built the model, and it had a customer named Vinny in it, and he just kept being repeated. He hadn't been scrubbed from the data, and when customers would ask questions like "What's my name?" it would say, "Hey, Vinny," and it would act really funny. And other times it would put in information about Vinny that luckily he didn't have his last name in there, but it would do that occasionally. And that's part of what we had to be careful with the data. We had to be more careful about the scrubbing of information as we were pulling it in for the different people and the different models that we were building out. In terms of case studies, we're going to talk about and discuss something about called contact tracing. So we're going to discuss that one. Yeah.
Well, yes, that's something we were involved in during the pandemic with COVID. There were certain situations where people couldn't. There's industries where you just can't work from home. You have to be in person. It's essential. It's got to keep going. Healthcare, for example, is the big one, obviously. But so we worked on a contact tracing system where people in certain manufacturing facilities and things and offices would wear little tracking devices that weren't actually tracking where they were. It just was a device that sent out pings, and if it hit another device, that would ping it back, and you would know that that person was within a few feet of someone else. And so each one only had its information available to it. From that interaction between them, we generate a hash, which is just kind of a random string of information that doesn't really have any particular data in it. If someone was sick, they could mark that they got sick, and it would flag all those hashes of their interactions as being infected. And so the other person on the other side of it could pull from that list and see if they have any matching hatches to those, they know they were exposed. And so they would get to go home for a few days, make sure they didn't get sick. Now, from our point of view, it was very private. There was no way to tell from the hash and the company, none of the blockchain, the centralized system or decentralized parts of it, had no way of knowing who the people involved were. But in most cases, the employees using the system still didn't trust it. They didn't feel really comfortable. It's kind of hard to explain how it works and why your information is still private in that situation. So those projects weren't continued very long, but they were potentially helpful at the peak of the pandemic. That process of hashing data is very good for privacy, because then if you keep the data with the client or the customer, they know their data, it's theirs. They are maintaining their own data, and they can check if the hash matches their data, but you can't go the other way. The important thing to know about a hash is it's a one-way function. It only goes one direction. So if you have the data, you can figure out if it matches, but you cannot go from the hash back to the data. And so that's very useful for keeping things private and giving the customer control over their own data. Yeah.
Is that like illustrating an ID on the person's data? So
Not even. It's different from an ID. So a hash is just a string manipulation function.
like once you do that, I think it's shot when you say over the data. So
Yep.
you use the same hash.
Correct.
So you can always query the data based on that hash.
Only if you have the data.
Only if you have the data.
Yeah, and that's the key to it. Is we keep the data in the client with the customer. No, we never transmit the data at all. We only transmit the hashes.
So why was it so complex to explain this to an average person?
Indirection, I'd say. We didn't get a chance to communicate to them directly. It was us communicating to their managers. There's this whole chain of people in the middle. So I'm sure through the telephone process, things got a little miscommunicated.
Yeah, and I can see where that would be a huge problem. I don't know if I'd trust. I mean, part of it, whether they were communicated or not, I'd be, hey, we're going to track you. Can you just wear this little device or put it on your phone? I'd be like, no. So I think there's some privacy concerns right there in general, and I think that's
It
up to the
highlights how
company.
important the
So, yeah.
perception is of
Yeah,
people. Yeah,
yeah.
even if you do have kind of rigorous privacy, you have to feel like you do before you're comfortable.
Yeah, so that's where, I don't know, contact tracing would be an interesting one. Reminds me of web cookies. So companies use web trackers to be able to track you online. So they track where you've been, what sites you visited, and it's called a web tracker. It's a cookie. So you don't know it's going there if you don't have some app which deletes it in that. And then companies can gather that data and information and pull that back. And they know exactly how to advertise to you. And if it gets in the wrong hands, how to attack you, and which sites you've been on, and that sort of thing. So it can also be a really big security hazard for a person who gets a tracker, especially like a CEO or or somebody like a sysadmin or somebody in the company. They could be tracked and hacked, and that's where big data comes in. People are looking for these metrics, and they're looking for these things to be able to hack somebody.
Yeah, and there's one company in particular that's been really innovative in very ethically questionable ways in that web tracking, and it's Facebook. Even if you're logged out of Facebook, you can have trackers. They know every website you visit, because every website that has that little Facebook, thumbs up button has the other side of that tracker, and it'll register that you were there. And on top of that, they sell data that I think because you're logging into it and it's mostly your friends and family and stuff, it doesn't feel public. So I think that perception that data, is not public, makes it less ethical to sell that. And I guess going on from that, we were talking before, to the extent that data has value, why are customers not realizing that value themselves? What's cheaper than free? Getting paid to do something, right? So if my data is that valuable, and I'm not saying the big data services can't take a chunk of that and still make a profit, but why do average consumers not get any kickback on that? Any benefit directly? You have a question, Ty?
Yeah. So just looking at the use case here, did you guys ever consider using facial recognition and AI to do the tracking?
Do we ever consider using facial recognition and AI for tracking?
We talked about that.
Yeah.
Yes, we do. Now, we use it for different purposes. So I think it's how you're using the facial
I meant
tracking
for the contact.
Oh, for the contact tracing?
Oh.
That would be
Yeah.
difficult. We didn't really, the technology we had available wasn't really designed for that. Because we were doing a lot of IoT integrations. So we didn't really have cameras or anything integrated with the system to do that. That might work potentially. In fact, we've looked at using facial recognition for multi-factor. It's something you are. But again, the key is you don't store a bunch of, and I guess the AI has a train on a bunch of pictures of your face, but you try not to persist a bunch of pictures of your face.
You could hash the picture.
You hash them, exactly. So as long as you can converge on some kind of hash based on generated from your picture, then it works really well.
Going based off that, I don't know if you guys have gone on those people search sites where they gather all the data of people and you can put in your name and they can tell you your phone number, your address and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So I started messing with these a while ago. So I put a picture of a bunny in my Facebook profile for about 5 months and then went on those and searched for him and it had the picture of the bunny. So it's something that you can kind of, if you put in the wrong information, if you do things like that, it'll catch it online too. And I think that's the best defense sometimes against datafication if you're trying to combat it. Internally with companies, now here's some good examples of datafication. I think we can get into that. Obviously for companies, you want to know revenue. So there are a number of ways you can tackle bringing in all that data. Or, in my example, I help with contracts. So you have 5 million contracts you look at. It's impossible to go down that database with one person and check everything. So you have to be able to split that out in certain ways, dump it in databases, scrape it out, put it in, or train AI on it and bring that in. So there's a number of uses for that database and the way that we can look at the data. But yeah, what are some ways you've seen that are good for datafication?
So it's really the best uses are for analyzing trends and predicting what's going to happen. And for that, you don't need personally identifiable information. Like in your data cleansing portion of your process, you should just remove all of that because it doesn't really benefit the AIs or the analytics models at all, knowing who. It doesn't really matter specifically who wants to buy a car next year. What's more important for the company is that this many people in aggregate want to buy a car next year. That's the really, I think, valuable piece of information for production planning and things like that. And going back to the thing with facial recognition and personal privacy, I'm not doing it right now with this conference exactly. It's a special situation, but I try to limit how much I have stills of my face on the internet. The facial recognition technology is very good nowadays. If you want to avoid someone being able to use your face for things that you have not approved of them, with generative AI and things like that, you need to limit how many examples of your face they have to train on. The only way to do that is not have a lot of pictures out there. Obviously, if you're famous, it's impossible.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I have a strategy for that. I tag my father.
You tag your father.
Me
Yeah.
On Facebook.
Yeah, so it's like putting the bunny image. I know a lot of people have their pets instead of pictures of themselves. That's a good strategy. And yeah, I mean, if to the extent that big data is kind of scraping everything they can, I feel like it's only fair to pollute the stream on the input and, maybe they can detect it and filter it out. Maybe they can't. But mixing up that metadata is and putting wrong tags. I don't see any problem with that. It seems like a fair response.
Yeah. So again, that actually leads us into the next area, which is a hot topic right now. Has to deal with artistry, and ChatGPT, generative AI, and what are the privacy concerns behind that, and how we should treat that. So my own take on it is AI is a tool. It knows everything about programming, and it's even pulled programming from places like Stack Overflow. It's pulled it from Reddit. It's pulled it from random places on the internet. So it's actually pulled all that information, and then it's been trained over time, gotten smarter and smarter as people use it. So it's even been trained off of what people have used it for internally, right? So as a developer, we already use Stack Overflow. We already used all those utilities. So for us, it's just something that's even enhancing our work more. We also know that all these utilities are as dumb as a 3-year-old when you start using it for a while. Anyone in programming knows if you put in a big page of data in there and you're trying to debug code, it gets it wrong about 50% of the time. If you put in a big code segment, it's wrong. And it'll even give you worse code than you had before. So that's something that isn't and that's with good prompting, by the way. So there are a lot of things that we need to do to improve those tools, and we hope they get there over time, and it will really help us out. But as developers, we're not as concerned as, oh, somebody stole my work. It's more the idea that comes out. Now, the artist side of it, well, they have proprietary information, their pictures that were uploaded, and then the AI pulls in that information. So the question is this a good thing? Do we need to protect that, or what do we do about that?
Yeah, and that one's tough. We were talking about that beforehand, and it's a really hard thing to regulate. I mean, you could theoretically do something like GDPR where an artist could require the AI to forget about all their art in the training model, but the AI with the right prompting could still converge on something that's very much like their voice if someone was trying to. You could tell ChatGPT to forget about DALL-E and remove every token related to DALL-E. It would still know about like surrealism, and would be able to still generate, I think, similar things that appear to have the voice of that artist. And so then you get into this kind of cat and mouse game of detecting what's AI generated and avoiding false positives in that detection. In my opinion, it's very difficult. I think it's not that difficult yet, but it is going to get harder to do that sort of detection work.
Yeah.
No,
question, yep.
one of the larger, a very large space that I'm a part of is in the entertainment industry. So I know everyone's heard about the strikes and everything that the actors had gone through. And as a SAG actor and producer, that was a huge conversation of dissension, because you have the security issues, but you also have where the studios want to exhibit some creativity by saying, hey, let's advance this technology by taking, let's say, Nick and Nathan, and taking their image, creating avatars, and creating movies from these images, and which they're already doing to some degree right now. They're just making these things up. But if I'm able to take your likeliness and do that, then I'm able to now create other films without getting this actor's permission. I'm able to take features from an actor and put different features on them, maybe make them nude, or maybe make them something else, and the general public have no way to see it. So it's really the wild, wild west when it comes to that, like everything
Very
else
much
when
so.
it comes to generative AI and where we are in our space right now. But it's extremely concerning for a lot of groups.
And I think everyone agrees that, if you're taking somebody's face and you're pulling it in and making something that's fake about it, there's some impersonation laws that are already out there that really should be used to cover some of these things that are already happening.
Absolutely.
But they don't cover them,
Yeah.
So they need to, obviously there's some things that should be updated in the law to cover some of that. I think artists should be compensated for any amount of time
They
they're
should
on
get
the screen.
royalties for that, yeah.
And if they're dead, it should go to the company that, that's a hard one. I don't know, but I have it's kind of
immortality
creepy.
of a sort. Yeah, if like they've done those hologram shows with Tupac and stuff like that. So I don't know what the future holds there.
They got Michael Jackson down the street.
Yeah, they got Michael Jackson down the street here right now, and it's like, how long has he been dead? So yeah, it's a brave new world there for sure. And yeah, I agree. I think the estate or the individual, if they're living, should have the right to demand that their likeness not be used for things that they don't approve of.
Imagine a playground for the developers, right? Like that's a huge sandbox and playground.
Yeah.
And so like you mentioned, Nathan, like
Yep.
the developer is like, this is sweet. I get to exercise that. But then on the other side of it, of course.
Well, I look at it even from, this is my perspective on the artists as well. Why aren't they using AI to enhance their work just the way that developers use it to enhance theirs? So I think that that's something that needs to be explored too. It's not, I mean, I use it to enhance my artwork. I can't draw worth anything. So it's really nice to have artists like my wife and other people who help me in the company who can draw and do that sort of thing. I'm more a technical type person, and I use AI to make good stuff. But an artist who can already draw really well should be able to make something phenomenal. Mm-hmm. And that's what I've seen it do most of the time, is build that as a tool. And we need to start maybe looking at those industries and saying, hey, use this tool and build something better than you had before that no one else can do. And make better stuff that we can all do that. Maybe that's one way to solve it. The other is changing regulations a little bit to match the new world.
And they have, which is a really good point you make. The industry has, when you have purists who are writers, they don't want the influence of any of that, or artists that are drawing or painting. Mm-hmm. They don't want any of that influence. They just want to.
Yeah.
From the heart, have that connection to the work. However, we do use it for auditioning, right? You might have an avatar, you might have something in front of you, deadpan, reading something to you, so you can read opposite someone. So it is being used to help the artist in whether it's music, whether it's acting, or any type of conceptualization of large amounts of, or large pools of creativity. It is being used in that way.
Okay.
So that's great.
Yeah,
And I think the best use of it is when we use it to augment our skills,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
AI and ML should not be replacing people as much as it's
Absolutely.
augmenting them. And I could use the chess world actually has kind of an easy analogy. It's been a while now that machine learning can beat even grandmasters at chess, but they don't tend to beat grandmasters with AI on their side. So the human augmented with the machine, you get best of both worlds, and I think that's really what we need to strive for on the positive side. Is augmenting our skills. The actor should still be the one emoting. And it should use their face, even if it's like modified in certain ways, but they need to be expressing the art and the human emotion of it.
Yeah. I don't know, it's kind of like Star Wars with Princess Leia there that was, she was back in Star Wars 9, I think, or 8, I can't remember.
Oh, yeah, after she was dead, yeah.
I don't know how I felt about that one.
Yeah, that scene was weird.
A little different, but I definitely there needs to be more thought and discussions over that kind of thing.
I think they did it really well with the other guy, though. One of the male actors died, too.
Oh, yeah.
And it was very smooth the way they did it.
So Nate, this is the second time you mentioned the dark space, man. First,
I was just gonna ask if Star Trek people are Trekkies, then what are Star Wars people?
I was wearing a Star Wars shirt when I first
Ewokis?
came in. So.
No.
they're just Star Wars, I think. There's no nickname for Star Wars.
Oh, well, thank you for that interesting fireside chat, gentlemen. We appreciate your insight. Now, something a little different. Did you guys know that your next significant breakthrough could be just one business card away? Yes, indeed. We're going to do something a little different. So before we go to lunch, we're going to lunch at 1:15, but we're going to take the next 15 minutes to do what we call a card exchange. And this is just a part of the networking opportunity of the conference. You guys get together and exchange business cards, and you never know what could come out of some of those connections. So we'll go ahead and convene with that portion, and then after you finish, you guys can just go ahead and roll straight into lunch in the Pebble Beach room, okay? Enjoy your refreshments, and we'll reconvene at 2:30 after lunch. So enjoy your lunch, and see you soon. Okay, we're going to settle in here, and now it's time to pay tribute to the contributions of the brightest minds in the technology industry. Visionaries have earned acclaim through their innovations and unwavering dedication to advancing society. We now extend our sincere appreciation to our esteemed virtual awardee whose dedication and achievements have set an exceptional standard. And to present these awards is Ms. Lexis Ciro.
Good afternoon, everybody. Okay. I'm Lexis Surratt. I'm the founder and CEO of Little Wins, and I am very grateful to get to have this opportunity to present your wonderful awards for Influential Leadership Award in Technology. I mean, look at it. You must have done something great. Yeah, go ahead. You can smile. You can clap for yourselves. That's all right. And this one is presented to Brandon Fetters. Did I say that correct? Do you want to come on this side? All right, next one is for Dr. Lisa McKee. Our next one is Wiley B. Oscar. Thank you so much.
So I wanted to say a couple words as a thank you, and I think that probably the other esteemed awardees might want to say something as well. Hopefully that's okay. Team, is that okay? Okay. Well, I roll up something. It's very quick. I want to just thank you for this honor. I'm deeply grateful to the TechNet committee and the incredible team of people that have been around me my entire time, mentors and colleagues who've supported me. Receiving this leadership award inspires me to continue to strive for excellence, and I want to thank you for all the passion and dedication which makes our community stronger. I asked ChatGPT to put that together for me, and it did, so I just read that from ChatGPT. Because I wanted you, we talked so much about it, I just wanted to test it out a little bit. Pretty good, right? That's pretty good. One time for ChatGPT. That's not an ad or sponsorship. No, but I really do want to thank my wife, first and foremost, and my family, and the individuals in my life, mentors and mentees that I've either learned from or that I've been able to share something with and hopefully inspire them in some way in every stretch of every part of my journey, from AV work and for me, studio work, camera work, all the way to leading in data engineering and being a serial entrepreneur. This award, in terms of leadership, I think is very important because leaders serve sometimes a thankless role in the world. You know, I think of Ty and talking to him and seeing such a huge and great perspective of the world and ideas that are beyond anything that the average person can imagine. And it makes me think of everybody that we had on this panel and that we were with today. Just the amazing, incredible minds that we have here in terms of leadership. I think the AI space is in good hands when you look at the concern of the people in this room. And then just for the people in the back that have been taking pictures and interviews and hosting and doing such a great job, camera work back there, going to sleep sometimes. I saw you one time, 2 times. No, two times. No, but thank you all very much for this award. It's a complete honor, humbling, and I look forward to hanging this up in the home somewhere so that my children can look at this and be inspired to do something great and maybe share with their friends. So thank you. Come on up here. I'm calling you out. Dr. McGee, I see you. My good eye.
Yeah, thank you. My name's Dr. Lisa McKee, and thank you to TechNet, and thanks to my mom for all her support. She's here with me today, and to my deans at the university, Dr. Dobransky and Dr. Hawkins, because it really does take a village to help get us to where we're at and to believe in all the things that we do. And for me, leadership isn't just somebody that's got a fancy title or sits in a corner office. I mean, we all demonstrate leadership in different ways, and strive to be somebody that others are looking up to. So I appreciate the recognition very much, so thank you.
All right. First, thank you to Wiley for getting me up here. Yeah, no, thanks to TechNet and everybody that's put this together. Wonderful event. Really humbled to get this award, and thank you to my family. They're the ones that put up with me working when sometimes I shouldn't be or they don't want me to be. But I really try and make as much time for them. So my beautiful and wonderful wife and my 2 kids. And really, leadership, I think, as Professor or Dr. McKee said, leadership really can be any of us, right? So one of the differences between management and leadership is management is more of a title. Leadership, it doesn't matter where you are in the organization. If you are at the top of the organization or at the bottom of the organization, you can show leadership. And so everyone out there can do it. And hopefully this is just a motivation for anybody to go out there and take your dreams, go follow your dreams, and really drive that leadership yourself and drive your life and lead your life and your family and your loved ones. Thank you.
Very nice speeches, and congratulations to all the recipients. It was way more than deserving. So, because we have a few recipients that could not be here, but in the spirit of tech, we have virtual recipients. So we're gonna play those videos.
Hello there. I'm truly honored and grateful to accept this award from TechNet Conferences. I really appreciate the learning process with you all. Let me introduce a little bit myself. My name is Nestor Gandara. I'm an enthusiastic IT leader working for Amazon Web Services, based out of New York City. I'm passionate about supporting our customers and partners in leveraging AWS technology to build their businesses in the cloud. Now, super focused on generative AI. I think it's a trending topic. I'm an active contributor to our IT community, engaging in writing blogs and creating some content. Additionally, I will say I'm proudly serve as a North America AWS Ambassador owner, leading a highly qualified and influential community of AWS partner employees. I also teach at ISTE, Business School, co-founder of a coaching company, and I'm frequently sharing my insights and vision as a speaker. I wrote a book, The Art of Building Your Resiliency and Adaptability, where the benefits goes to the cancer research. So I really encourage you to check it out and share your feedback with me. That's a little bit about myself. I have a personal conflict to attend the tech conference in person in Las Vegas. However, I will do my best to be there and learn from your experiences as well. So see you soon and take care.
Hey TechNet Conferences. Greetings from Amman to Vegas. This is Abir Asad. I'm Security Governance Director. Huge thank you from the bottom of my heart for this incredible recognitions, and it's beyond my honor. To me, it's a huge motivation to keep pushing the boundaries in security, governance, and digital trust. Congratulations to all the other winners, and allow me to send you a high five from here. And I hope to meet you all in person at the nearest future. Until then, keep the party going.
Hello, everyone. I'm sorry I couldn't be in Las Vegas to meet all of you in person and enjoy the conference. I wanted to first off thank TechNet Conferences for the recognition with the Influential Leadership Award in Technology. I humbly accept the award for all the employees at Riverpoint Technology who spend their day delivering innovative technology solutions for our customers and partners. As we all know, technology is a fun as well as a challenging field, so it's always enjoyable to be recognized amongst many amazing peers who are leading the tech revolution. I always enjoy hearing the stories and learning from each of the innovators being recognized. So congratulations to all the award winners. And again, thank you to TechNet. I hope you all enjoy the rest of the conference, and hopefully we'll have the opportunity to engage in person in the near future. Have a great day.
Hi. Thank you so much for the award and recognition which has been bestowed upon me. I would like to thank the organizing committee at the Technology Conference 2024 for giving me this opportunity. I am really disappointed that I was not able to receive this award in person. I am even more disappointed that I missed the opportunity to listen to and meet great people at the venue. I am convinced that the 3-day program would have been filled with technical discussions and knowledge sharing by brilliant minds and people who have done it themselves and who are kind enough to share their experiences with us. I look forward to the next conference which I must attend. Once again, thank you so much.
Okay, congratulations again to all those recipients. That was nice to have those virtual recipients be able to put a word in. Okay, so next we have a keynote session, but we're running a little bit ahead of schedule. Hold on one second. Okay. I believe we have 2 more videos from virtual recipients, or not. Okay, so we're going to follow up with a keynote session entitled Identifying Cyber Attacks in Cloud Networks. And the expert on that topic today is going to be Mr. Brandon Fetters. Let's give him a round of applause.
right, thank you. This is actually off the normal agenda. I think we had a cancellation or something come up, so don't be surprised if this is not on your agenda. So most of what I'm going to talk about here is focused on businesses, but one thing that I wanted to start with was a little bit more of a personal story with impact for each of us. Let's see if I can, there we go. About 2 years ago now, my dad called me up and said, "Hey, I think somebody might have gotten into my email account." So I said, okay, why? And talked through that. He had some activity that he wasn't familiar with, and he was getting some notifications, some multi-factor authentication notifications on his phone. And it happened to be an old account from an old cable TV account that actually he'd had for probably 20 years. And that account, he had it for 20 years, had a lot of links to other accounts. He's a small business, like a 2-3 person business. And so it also was had a lot of accounts for his business. And so by the time he told me, I think it was a weekend, it was like a Saturday morning, and he had identified this kind of on Friday, tried to look into a little bit of himself, and on Saturday, by the time he told me, and I started looking into it, I said, uh-oh, we have a big problem. I went through his email, there were emails that there was a malicious attacker in there. Emails that had been moved to the trash. They had gotten into other accounts that affected his business. Luckily, by the time he identified it, the first thing he did was change passwords on banking and financial accounts, things of that nature. Those were pretty locked down. Unfortunately, the old cable TV account was all the attackers had to do was call in, and since they had access to the email itself, they could reset the password, so they'd locked him out, but it was just a phone call. So it was a bit of a wake-up call for me as well about how easy some of these accounts can be broken into. So I actually ended up traveling down to where he is, because I live in a different place. It's been about a week going through with him and getting all his accounts, passwords changed. Luckily, he didn't use the same password for all his accounts, or that would have been very bad, because I think the attacker would have been able to really spread and cause a lot more trouble. So I bring that up because I know a lot of the stuff we're focused on here is a little bit more business related, but just kind of that reminder to not use the same passwords for stuff. In fact, my personal advice is I wouldn't even necessarily worry about the super complicated passwords. It should be something that you can remember. It should be something long, alphanumeric. But a lot of times the super complicated ones we end up having to store in some way, especially if we're using different accounts. So that can also create risk. So I just wanted to touch on that real quick. You can call it a bit of a public announcement before jumping into the more complex business side and cloud security. But we never think it's going to be us until one day sometimes it is. All right, so what is a cyber attack? So I pulled up the Wikipedia definition here, and really there's a bunch of different definitions you can find out there. Really, it's that someone who generally has malicious intent gets into your network and tries to do bad stuff. That bad stuff can be deleting data, stealing money, all kinds of different things. Okay, so and a couple of notes here. So the global average cost of a data breach in 2023 was $4.5 million US. That's obviously skewed towards the bigger breaches, the bigger companies. But the reality is, for small and medium-sized businesses, a much smaller number can ruin them, right, and put them out of business. So it's a real risk. And that's only expected to increase. I think what I've seen is about 15% a year. And so there was another estimate I saw. You can find a bunch of there's a large range of these out there. But another estimate had the cost annually in 2025 of general cybercrime to be $10.5 trillion. That is a big cost. And so that's why there's been quite a few discussions, I think, this conference about how important it is for us to make sure that we're aware of these things. There is a cost associated with trying to secure your environments, but ultimately that cost, the risk reward of that cost is really skewing towards whatever you can afford and spend on to make sure that you are secure, and the steps that you can be taking, the better off you are. All right, so I'm not going to go through all of these, just different types of cyber attacks. I don't want to rehash some stuff, and I only have about 30 minutes here. So, some of these you're going to be familiar with. Malware, I think generally folks in here will be familiar with. Phishing. Data exfiltration is a little bit different from some of the others in that one of the things that we've been seeing, especially from corporations, is there's always that for a while there's been a lot of focus on external actors, people getting into the network, and so the focus has been on keeping people out. But there's also a real risk about your own employees, especially as your company is getting bigger. Employees maybe that get unhappy or that find an opportunity or see an opportunity to take advantage of maybe exfiltrating some of your data and using it for their own gain, using it to help them in maybe a next job, get a job somewhere else, sell it to somebody else, depending on what that data is. But lots of different attacks. And quite frankly, it's a challenge to protect yourself against all of these, right? So those that were here earlier, I kind of gave my analogy of protecting yourself against these is kind of like physical security as well, right? When you're protecting your house, we can't fully prevent somebody from breaking into our house, but we can not leave the door open. We can lock the door. We can add a security system. We can add steps to make it harder. And the harder it is, the less likely that they're actually going to target us. The more likely, not 0%, but the more likely that they're going to go on to the next easy target. Okay, so here's an example of now shifting gears a little bit to our new, over the last 20 years, maybe a little bit longer than that, we've shifted where a lot of our files were all internal. So we were on our own corporate networks, everything. We had the servers down in a room, somewhere near us. Now all of that's moved to the cloud. So here's a case where there's that data exfiltration that I was just speaking about, where a employee can send a large zip file of locally stored files, of their own files, to their own personal account. Okay, and maybe there's actually also a box work account, so everything's valid, it looks normal. This gets a little complicated. You could even stop there for a lot of attacks. They're pretty simple. Then if they're really trying to kind of hide their tracks, they split that into much smaller portions, spread it out across multiple accounts so it doesn't get flagged for a lot of data, for example, moving from one place to another. They download more, they take time, right? They don't download everything at once. There's a lot of ways that they tend to try and hide their tracks, obfuscate what they're doing so that it blends in with normal traffic. Okay, so this is just one example where you can see the simplest scenario is I'm just moving a file to my personal account. Well, okay, if we want to identify that, we can be looking at, okay, let me see if there's activity that's happening on my network with these cloud accounts that aren't the business accounts, right? It's employee personal accounts. That's its own challenge, right? You start locking employees down from being able to use their own personal accounts. Sometimes that's okay. Sometimes you get quite a bit of pushback, right? But at least you have that awareness. That's one thing. If you tie that also with, now they're moving large files or moving lots or large, maybe moving files at all. So I'm just not just accessing my Gmail account at work. I'm moving a file. I'm emailing a file to my personal account. All of those are signs that we can use for identifying when there might be some malicious activity going on in our account where we might have been compromised. One of the challenges here is there's going to be some false positives. There's going to be cases where somebody's not doing something wrong, right? They're doing something personal, they have a document they need to be sending, they send that document from their work email, and so on. So you have to be a little careful, but just one example of where this type of attack might come in. much more advanced attack. I like this one. This is actually kind of old at this point. It's called Hammer Toss. I think it was 2015, 2016 timeframe. But I like this because I think it exposes a lot of avenues for attack that we normally aren't thinking about. So as we walk through this, let's see, I think the pointer will work here. So it starts with a phishing email. Okay, so an employee gets a phishing email, they click on it, it happens. That then goes to download an attachment, and that attachment is really the first piece of the more malicious part of the attack. So that gets loaded into memory. And here's where we get into more of the cloud-sensitive area. Well, it checks daily. So basically, this script that's sitting in memory checks daily a Twitter handle or multiple Twitter handles for instructions. So it hasn't actually done anything on the network yet. There's nothing that it hasn't installed ransomware. It hasn't done anything malicious. All it's done is it's installed this thing, it's going and checking Twitter. Well, Twitter's not weird on our networks. Actually, this is old. It's X now, right? Sorry, Elon. So it's checking daily. That's just normal activity, right? That's going to look normal. It's not downloading anything. It's not doing anything malicious. And one of the days, it says, okay, I get instructions on this post from my X account, and I'm going to go to GitHub, and I'm going to download this image. Okay, I'm downloading a PNG file, an image file. That can't be that malicious. There's nothing bad about that, really. Okay, it's obfuscated. It's hard to kind of see. Well, within that image file is actually more malicious code that is hidden in that image. So that code is extracted from the image, then actually executed to do the real bad stuff. Get into the network and whatever they're trying to target, whether they're trying to steal data, could still be something like ransomware, bunch of different things that they could do from there. Maybe just spread laterally throughout the organization and try and learn more, set up accounts that give them access and permissions to other places, things of that nature. But what I think is interesting about this is where we've moved in the last few years is there's a lot more use of these cloud applications that are also part of normal usage. And it makes it much more difficult to identify in fact, the patterns are exactly the same. This one maybe is a little less likely, but the patterns are exactly the same for totally valid, normal, not malicious activities and a malicious attacker that's gotten into your environment and is trying to do harm. And that makes it very difficult to find these. And so as we were talking earlier a little bit as well, and multiple times, that's where some of the AI and ML solutions can really give a boost. So you don't have to have them. The more complex solutions are definitely more costly. There's definitely a challenge there. But the more sophisticated attacks are much harder to identify without that more sophisticated kind of pattern matching as well. So how might you identify it? Check your access and activity logs regularly. We're capturing those things. A lot of times they sit there and they don't get looked at. You can even set up some automation around verifying, do I have new account names in there? Do I have new information? The automation will definitely help. It's worth the effort, I believe, to spend some time on that, even if you have to kind of outsource some of the scripting to do it. Verify your access permissions for sensitive data, sensitive servers, making sure that you actually have support for people doing their daily job, but you also just aren't opening up your data to everybody. Suspicious activity on your account. So this is in fact back to the example I gave at the beginning with my dad. Sometimes some of this activity we won't necessarily know. A lot of breaches happen because an employee's singular attack got attacked or got breached. Maybe they wrote down their password. Maybe there was some type of social engineering. And so the login that the attacker has is a totally normal login at first. There's nothing malicious about it, and they can then use that to escalate and spread laterally throughout the organization. And in those cases, you're really dependent on your employees, your end users, to help identify, hey, my password changed, but I didn't actually change it. Or even the phishing emails. Here's a suspicious email. Sending that on to like the IT department or whoever in the organization is responsible for that. I sent, again, one of the interesting things with my dad's situation was when I actually went to the trashed emails, the attacker had moved the emails to the trash. There wasn't visibility that, hey, verify this account and you've changed this and that. But they didn't totally delete them. So there was still a little bit of visibility there. So there's usually, if it's accounts that we're in commonly, there's usually some type, so where we can usually tell if something is happening that we didn't do or that's different. And then more advanced is, as we got mentioned earlier, some of those automated alerts. As much as we would want to be looking, for example, at logs every day, unless you really have someone just sitting there and doing that, it's likely one of the things that's going to get dropped as people get busy, or that you struggle to find time for because the priority is going to be lower typically than the thing that their boss is coming over or their manager is coming over and saying, hey, I need you to do this, this, and this. That's an area that's going to drop off. So that the automated alerts really helps limit the amount of time and effort they need to spend on things and focus on really what you need them to be looking at, that activity that you need them to be looking at. In addition, the AI and ML solutions. So, earlier in the fireside chat, we gave some examples of, I think Nathan actually had mentioned the logging in at 11 p.m., right? So logins at night tied in with especially activities of downloads can be a big red flag. And that's something that, again, as you start taking and you want to be correlating different data sources, a human can definitely do it. But there's a lot of time and effort there. And so the more that you can automate these things and apply AI and ML, the better chance you have of being able to scale that as well as look at different data sources. In fact, scaling itself is a challenge, right? When you're talking about logs of a 20-person company versus a 20,000-person company, you run into issues of scale, right? Where it's just not humanly possible to be able to go through manually in some of this stuff. And so you really have to start depending on some of the tools. And that's where we do get to some of the third-party security products. And you can outsource to some, but also some of the products. And there's a bunch of different products out there. There's some that are better for small businesses, more cost-effective for small businesses, medium businesses. At Broadcom, we focus on really bigger businesses mostly. And we have a very sophisticated solution because a lot of the companies we're working with are Fortune 500 companies with tons of employees. It's banks with regulations that they're needing to support as well. And so they really have to make sure that they're fully covered. And I guess one other thing that I didn't touch on that has also increased the risk with cloud security specifically on the networks is our hybrid employees, right? So everyone's not in the office anymore. In fact, a lot of people maybe they're in the office a couple of days a week, 2, 3, 4 days a week. Even if they're in the office, working more from home, and then there's fully remote companies. And so that also changes how those companies interact with the network and our tools that they need to be doing their job. And in fact, it's another example where data is going to normally be moving from one location to another more often in those types of environments. The team I work with specifically is in this CloudSoc CASB area, and we really are focused on primarily a couple of things. One is visibility of what applications and what is actually happening on the corporate networks. So, is Box being run? We have like 37,000 applications that we track. And included in those is a bunch of attributes about those applications that gives a risk score for how risky or not we think an app is, right? So if you're using Gmail for email, then you're probably pretty safe, right? If you're using some new startup email, then maybe not. Maybe that's a little bit more risky. And it doesn't mean that you shouldn't use it, but you also just need to be able to make that assessment and understand the risk that you're taking on by using these different apps. And then we're also looking at, down here, this data loss protection. We're looking at the files that are moving from one location to another. And we do an assessment of, is there PII in this file? Is there PCI? Is there sensitive information that maybe you don't actually want to be moving? We also do some virus scanning. So this is an example of a much more sophisticated security solution where we're trying to tie in these different data points. I mentioned activity of, on a couple of those case studies, activity of employees. And this is always, there's always a little bit of, I think, a question of how much you really want to be monitoring your employees, while at the same time, understanding how they're using these cloud products is really essential to also assessing the risk and understanding if somebody, whether it's internal to your company, but also as importantly, somebody external has gotten in and is downloading sensitive data, doing any number of malicious things. And but what ends up happening is this ends up being a large amount of data. And so the trick is, how do you get that data filtered down, especially as I was mentioning in your Fortune 500 companies, how do you get that filtered down to meaningful, actionable activities? And again, we have a few different approaches, but we really do focus on the actual users. We build AI and ML models for what is a user's normal interactions with these applications, and we look for variances in those to flag, hey, this seems a little shady. Someone might want to look into it, and that way the security teams can then go and look, or security folks can go and look to say, okay, here's this person. They've been doing a few things that look kind of shady. If we go back to that first case study of the data exfiltration, where there was a personal box being used, then there was splitting files out, and there was regular smaller files being used over time, you can identify some of those patterns using AI solutions. But it's really about trying to really filter that down so that the people that are looking at those can provide valuable input. And then a feedback loop, because there are also changes in behavior that happen that are normal. And so we want our customers to be able to say, hey, I know you flagged this, but this is actually okay. And that gets fed back into our models as well to say, this pattern is okay in this particular case. And because we all, all of our organizations, all of our employees can sometimes have different patterns. So just to, again, that's a high level, just given time, very high level view of, a more complex solution. And it's not right for everybody. For small businesses, this is probably overload because they're not even going to have the people to look at this. But there's also solutions that you can be putting in place with smaller and medium-sized companies as well. And yeah, and that is it. So thank you very much. Any questions? All right. Yeah. Yeah, so I think my answer a year ago might have been a little bit different. We've talked about, ChatGPT has come up quite a bit. There's actually already been quite a few tools out there that allow for ChatGPT type solutions that will generate the code for somebody who doesn't know how to do any of that to perform some of these attacks. So on one hand, I think that might open up the attacks to more inexperienced people. Maybe especially if we talk about employees that are unhappy about something, I could see that type of an attack. But I think there could be some patterns there that also help with from a detection perspective, right? It's always a bit of a cat and mouse game. And most attacks, quite frankly, even today, most attacks actually aren't like, let's say, the engineers in an organization or engineers. It's people that are, that don't necessarily have the technical expertise to do some of that. It's kind of like normal criminal activity. Those criminals aren't always the smartest that are doing some of the things, right? So I think that's, as far as like the most of us and the impact, I think it's probably going to be low level people just trying to, make a buck here and there and do something. As you get either a bigger organization or if you have data that is more important for some reason, then I think you start getting into some of the more sophisticated attackers, whether it's just an experienced hacker or, your real big companies. You start looking at maybe some of the state attackers, which is you're also moving into some different territory there as well. But yeah, for most of it, it's kind of your normal kind of weekend hackers. Not a lot of experience, but people that have run some kind of low-level scam type of stuff that make a few bucks here and there. Yeah, go ahead.
You mentioned password keepers. How vulnerable are those?
It depends. LastPass, I think in 2023 they had 3 different incidents. They were a big one, and it exposed some vulnerabilities, some things that they had kind of let fall behind on what they were doing. But generally they're pretty good. Definitely I would do your research. The catch with all of this is, if the general advice is have a different password for every account, our brains just can't, we can't support all of that, right? And especially as where, there was the alphanumeric, just your random characters, passwords. Those are definitely safer. The problem is no one can remember them. So you have to use, especially if you're going to use something like that, you kind of have to use a password keeper. So they're generally like the Apple one I know is pretty good. There's a few out there that are good. You can also get some that you can store offline, and you store on, whether it's a thumb drive or whatever, and it's encrypted. So there's some options out there, and it's better than a lot of the alternatives is really kind of what it comes down to. Yeah. All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that, Brandon. Just when you thought the cloud was safe. Scared straight, tech edition, right? Okay. Yeah, I know I have a hard time remembering just the basic passwords, so it's like I have to just trust in the system and hope it works, right? So now we're going to move ahead with a thought-provoking keynote session entitled Empowering Smart Cities, the Convergence of Internet of Things of Cyber Physical Systems. As our urban areas expand and develop, the challenges they encounter become increasingly complex. Tackling these issues necessitates innovative solutions that utilize advanced technology. This session is essential for urban planners, technologists, policymakers, and anyone interested in the future of our cities. Learn how IoT and CPS can empower smart cities, which is significant for developing urban environments that are more efficient, sustainable, livable, and resilient. I request our expert, Rena Jane, a consultant at McKinsey & Company, to lead the session. The stage is all yours. Let's give her a round of applause.
Hi everyone, how's everyone doing? Good? Good. It's difficult to be here on Sunday at 3 p.m. You guys must really love tech. I think being in Vegas makes it even more difficult. Who doesn't want to go out and create memories of what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas? All right. Before we dive into the topic, I'll start with a brief introduction. I'm Reena Jain. I started my career as a chemical engineer. After graduating as a chemical engineer, I joined Schlumberger as an oil field engineer, where I performed well stimulation operations for dormant wells to revive them. During my span there, I revived 100+ dormant wells. Post that, I moved to Universal Aquatech, which is my family business manufacturing aquaculture feed supplements. I transitioned to the role of VP of Operations and Business Development there, where I launched a portfolio of products, and these products were aquaculture feed supplement products. Post that, I pivoted to tech, where I joined as a VP of Product at an edtech startup headquartered in India and performing global operations today. Now, this was amidst the pandemic, so my task as VP of Product was to perform a digital transformation of their 15 brick-and-mortar establishments. Post that, I took a bold move and moved to USA to do my MBA from Chicago booth. During my time at MBA, I interned at Amazon as a product manager. And post that, I joined McKinsey & Company as a full-time associate for where I perform operations and tech consulting for global clients. Now let's start with the keynote speech, which is on empowering smart cities, the convergence of Internet of Things and cyber-physical systems. Today, we will cover basics: what is IoT, what is CPS, that is cyber-physical systems, and smart city. Then we will cover case studies on how Singapore and Barcelona, two smart cities, utilize this integration. Third, we will talk about future use cases. And finally, and most importantly, end with challenges, risk, and mitigation. What is IoT? IoT is a network of interconnected devices that collect and exchange information via internet, and hence the name Internet of Things. What is cyber-physical systems, also called as CPS? Throughout the presentation, I would be referring to it as CPS. These are integrations of computation, networking, and physical processes. A great example of this is autonomous robots used in manufacturing. Yesterday, in my panel talk, I spoke briefly about this, and Richard gave the example of how these are being used by an automobile manufacturer for welding purposes. Third, and most importantly, smart cities. What are smart cities? Smart city is urban areas using sensors or electronic methods to collect data for efficient management. Few examples: Singapore, Barcelona, Dubai, Amsterdam. Now, talking about Singapore. How has Singapore leveraged this integration of IoT and CPS? It has leveraged it in 5 key areas, starting with transportation. What did Singapore do? Singapore set up these IoT devices and sensors along the roads which sense traffic. They communicate this data to the CPS, which then handles the traffic signal. So if at all, think of it like, how often do we come across the situation where we are returning home from a late night flight at 2 a.m. and we still stop at a red light? The streets are empty, but it's a red light. You still stop because it's on a fixed timer. If this is implemented, you won't have to do that anymore. That would be amazing. So Singapore has implemented this. This helps in managing traffic. They reroute the traffic, and it helps prevent congestions. Second point, Singapore has applied this to smart utilities and energy management. They have set up IoT monitors which collects data in real time about the usage of electricity. It communicates this data to CPS. CPS understands what are the low peak times and the high peak times. When there is a low peak time, they store the energy produced by renewables such as solar or wind and release it during the high peak times. So this helps in reducing wastage of electricity and better resource management, of course. The third key area is environmental monitoring. IoT collects environmental data and transmits this to CPS. A nice use case of this is, think of an area in Singapore which is experiencing high air pollution because of some industrial activity going on there. What are the things that are possible with this integration? One, when the authorities know that the air quality at the current time is bad, there's a lot of air pollution, the following things can be done. Health advisory messages can be sent out to all the residents of the area, firstly. Second, it can be recommended that they use face masks. Third, if needed, the industry which is causing this can be temporarily shut down so they can identify the source of higher air pollution. Fourth, they can notify hospitals to expect and be ready for a higher influx of patients with respiratory diseases. Fifth, in case of things heading out of hand, they can always contact the emergency services. All this is done because of integration of IoT with CPS. The fourth key area is public safety and security. IoT enhances security with surveillance cameras and sensors. CPS identifies potential threats or emergencies. For example, if in a public area there is an unattended bag, this is caught by the surveillance cameras, and the authorities on 911 or cops are notified, and the appropriate action is taken. Fifth, healthcare for aged population. IoT collects health data from individuals, and CPS monitors these health trends and dangerous conditions, facilitating timely medical interventions. For example, a great use case of this is, think of an old man, 90-year-old man who's staying alone at his place. We hear so often of old people, sleeping in bathtubs, and there is no action taken until a few hours because they stay alone. They don't have any support to help them out in such a situation. The wearable on their arm or a home sensor can notify their immediate family and seek medical intervention immediately. Isn't that amazing? So now we've covered what all Singapore does and how it leverages IoT and CPS. Let's talk about Barcelona. Barcelona, in addition to most of these things, does 3 of these. First, Barcelona has implemented a smart lighting. Smart lighting is along the streets, all the lights are smart lights, which adjust their brightness based on the time of the day, based on the presence of a pedestrian. If there is no pedestrian, it will be off, and based on the presence of traffic or vehicle movements. This helps in reducing energy consumption. Second key area where Barcelona has implemented this is in waste management. They are utilizing smart waste bins, which monitor the level of waste in them. Only once they are full does the garbage disposal truck clear it out. So this avoids the multiple rounds which garbage trucks do, and hence it improves operational efficiency, reduces greenhouse gases by garbage trucks, and it's perfect. You don't need to empty a trash can when it's not full. The third key area where Barcelona has implemented this is water resource management. IoT sensors monitor water quality and usage. CPS analyzes the data to manage water supply, detect leaks, and predict maintenance needs. For example, if a particular area in Barcelona, shows a really bad water quality, the source of that can be tracked. It could probably be industrial waste being dumped into a water body close by. So this is really valuable when it comes to, managing the water quality and the predictive maintenance. Now, these are the things which Singapore and Barcelona have implemented. What are the future use cases of IoT integrated with CPS? Let's talk about the first key area, which is dynamic urban planning. IoT sensors can collect city data for CPS to optimize urban planning and land use. For example, during the pandemic, we saw a surge in people moving to tax-free cities or states. For example, Austin. Many people migrated to Austin, but not equally throughout all the areas. A few areas saw more migration of people. So the urban development planners can collect this data and focus their energies, their resources to develop these areas more. Second key area, which sees a future use case for the integration, is advanced disaster response. We've seen in the case of Singapore that this is being used for things like air pollution. It can be taken a step further for disaster response. IoT can monitor environmental factors for CPS to manage disaster response, reducing impact on urban populations. Third key area is enhanced energy grids. We know that smart grids exist, but the problem with smart grids is they do not prevent outages. They may, in a way, reduce the chances of an outage, but they still don't prevent it. Enhanced energy grids would be able to prevent outages because of storing the renewable energy from solar or wind, and then utilizing that stored energy during an outage. The fourth key area, which is a very interesting one, would be personalized public services. I love how, affordable public services are, but it's just not convenient. I don't like the idea of walking 20 minutes in heels with a heavy backpack to catch a bus. I would love it if it were nearer to my home. Personalized public services, wouldn't it be amazing if the data of where the customers are boarding or where they are coming from is fed to the CPS? And if a trend is realized that this area, which is 20 minutes away from the bus stop, has most riders, additional bus stop can be created closer to, the residential area. The next key area could be enhanced security. We spoke about this, a little bit about this in the case of Singapore, where they are using this. However, it can be further enhanced, where advanced surveillance systems integrated with law enforcement would enhance security measures and detect suspicious activities. As of now, Singapore has its CCTV cameras monitoring, the presence of an untouched bag. Wouldn't it be amazing if this is implemented closer to elementary schools, for example, where the IoT sensors and the surveillance cameras with facial recognition can recognize the presence of a sex offender within 0.5 miles of an elementary school? When that happens, notification can be sent out to the school authorities, to 911, and it can even yell out the way our blink yells out, like, we are watching you, stay back. This would be pivotal when it comes to safety and security. Now that we've discussed the future use cases, and like most good things, there are risks and challenges involved. And as techies, we must talk about the mitigation strategies. The first major concern is the privacy concern. This is ongoing. Everyone is worried about privacy. What do we do about it? Data collection for IoT and CPS can lead to privacy concerns, definitely. Mitigation involves strict data privacy and data anonymization. This is very important. Second, security vulnerabilities. IoT devices can become entry points for cyber attacks. Strengthening security protocols and using advanced security measures are crucial. Third, and the problem which we face most often, is system complexity and integration challenges. It is a trouble to integrate two systems. We know that. We've all dealt with it. But one way of mitigating that is adopting universal standards and ensuring interoperability to mitigate this challenge. The next challenge is dependence on technology. Today, we know that technology is helping us achieve great heights. However, we are not at a stage where we can completely rely on it. There needs to be a balance between automated systems and human oversight. Next area, data management and storage. IoT devices generate huge data requiring substantial storage. Few ways to mitigate this is utilizing cloud solutions and using data compression so that storage is not as much of a hassle. The next challenge is equity and accessibility. Benefits of IoT and CPS may not be evenly distributed. Today, we know that it is being implemented mainly in metro cities. What about the underserved cities? A way to mitigate this challenge is to create an inclusive design and infrastructure investment in underserved areas. Next is regulatory and legal issues, the most difficult to tackle. Now, we know that legal frameworks often lag behind our tech advancements, leading to regulatory gaps. Engagement with legal experts and policymakers is essential. And I would say that not at a later stage, not when your product is ready, but right from the start. Most of these challenges can be addressed by a coordinated approach between four parties: the tech developers, city planners, policymakers, and most importantly, the community. Any questions, comments, discussions? Yes. Yeah. So let's talk about Barcelona. Oops. Thanks. Five? Thank you. 6, sorry. Yep. 5. Sorry about that. Yep. So you were asking what challenges did they encounter in implementing these? I would say first, most importantly, would be the legacy systems which are already in place. If you have to implement the smart lighting, it is changing all the existing infrastructure of lights, either upgrading them, and most probably you cannot upgrade them because they've been there for decades in the legacy, in the legacy physical system. So definitely, cost is a very important factor for implementing these. Definitely. Yes, Tyrone.
So I grew up in a dictatorship, and I used to drive by there was a guy outside my house every day. What we all knew what he was doing. They were listening to the conversations, right? And the government was sort of paranoid, and they were always monitoring the citizens, right? So I tend to lean more on the privacy side.
I get that.
You know, I don't like to be monitored. I don't like facial recognition. I don't like any type of control over my life, especially by the government, because
Yeah.
the more power we give the government, they tend to abuse that power, right? Eventually, they abuse it. Power corrupts.
Yeah.
Power corrupts, absolutely. So, you know, what you just described, like, it sounds awesome. Like, you know, automatic lights, you know, facial recognition. You know?
Yeah.
But to me, that, like, I tend to shy away from something like that because
Mm.
I'm not sure if I want that type of control over my life.
Yeah.
I'm not saying maybe I should go join the Amish. I know this is inevitable, but what would you say then from a privacy standpoint? Like, is this something that, like, can we implement some of these things and not go like all Judge Dredd?
No, for sure. I think building trust with the community and having them on board is a crucial factor. The data privacy laws should be strengthened regarding this, plus the data anonymization. Would you feel better if you were sure that the data was anonymous?
To be honest with you, like, I just wouldn't want any of that. You should trigger it.
First of all, I get that.
I'm concerned about AI.
Yeah.
You're like, I'm a big techie guy. When you come into my house, I have no smart, there's nothing smart in my house.
Love that.
Physical locks. There's no cameras, like, my microwave is dumb, my fridge is dumb. You know, like, you know, it's like, there's nothing automated, absolutely nothing. You know? I got a real dog. So is there a line for you when it comes to some of these things, like, let's say smart wastelands, it's helping to make life more efficient, and things that might be monitored? Where's the line with monitoring people? You know what I mean? Because I'm saying that because I can only imagine I would be hypersensitive to that as well if I went through that. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, you know, there's a fine line between dictatorship and freedom.
Yeah.
Right? If you want freedom, you know. So if this doesn't come with regulations of, but then I know this is beyond what you're doing. You're saying.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
Maybe I'm taking it outside. But if there's no penalty to you for the waste bins and all this stuff, they're picking these things up and the lights are turning on to make it safe for your children to go down the street and keep energy efficient. It's not only about that. I'm thinking about the AI aspect. What happens if the AI takes over now, you know? And it's like, how much control do we want to give the machines?
I think, there would always be a part of the population who wouldn't be in favor of smart cities, and for valid reasons. I completely agree. And I think that would make things, the city planners would have to build their trust. Either have it, yeah. Higher transparency? Would higher transparency help build the trust? No. I see you nodding now. No, fair. That's valid, yeah.
I'm all for technology
But as long as it doesn't touch the privacy aspect of it. As long as it doesn't track you. Yeah, exactly. What are you doing? Yeah.
The sentiment has been echoed for the past 3 days in terms of there's immense benefit that people see,
Yeah.
and then there's some immense concerns
Yeah.
that everyone has, more so people in this space who are developing and architecting and building around AI. The average person probably is like, as long as it don't take my job, and as long as they're good.
Yeah.
But there's some, yeah, we're going to adopt, and then we need some guardrails around this, and we need to make sure that it's not going to be abused. And I think that is just going to be the argument for AI
Yeah.
and technology advancements, even beyond AI, right? Just technology advancements in general. I think that's just going to be an ongoing conversation, ongoing things. And I think you put it so eloquently in terms of high transparency and building the trust of the communities
Yeah.
in order to implement some of these things they want to do.
Definitely. And I think that this is not going to be a challenge just now. Like, I can imagine even after a decade, when we are still in this room, we would be talking about data privacy concerns or similar concerns, because as tech advances, the policies need to go hand in hand. I spoke about the policy part of it, that it always seems to lag behind the tech advancements. If there are stringent rules, for example, for data privacy, similar to GDPR, something for identifying biases in AI/ML models. One, so definitely strict guardrails. Second, complete transparency. These two things will help build the trust of people, get them on board. Because people need to be happy with it. We can't turn it into another dictatorship where we force people to comply with it. Yep.
They have AI everywhere. You cross the street and you jaywalk, they ding you. You get points 2 times. Even you look at the police officer the wrong way.
Why would you look at a police officer the wrong way?
He is doing things you cannot.
All right, I won't ask.
So, what I'm saying is that, there's extremes, and there's certain countries where they don't care about individual rights, right? They don't care about freedom. They don't care about privacy. So they implement these amazing smart cities that all of a sudden now, as a citizen, it's like, you're in North Korea, you're like,
So I think this gets us to something called as ethical smart cities, that it must be ethical. It must be ethical.
all of a sudden it's North Korea now,
Yeah.
Like, the president comes in, we're like, because we weren't clapping hard enough, but the AI is there. What did it do?
So you'd be penalized for not clapping hard enough.
That's what I'm saying. Like, if we give it too much power, like, we have to be careful. And, that's just my 2 cents. Like,
And valid. Very valid, yeah.
but I love AI and smart cities like this. There's even in China. Let them enjoy.
Okay. All right.
The smart bins are
The smart bins? Yeah. See, did you say that you can use smart bins? He's opening up to it. We converted one person here. All right.
management, that's okay too. They monitor the water,
Yeah.
The things that are familiar to the U.S. are okay.
All right. Fair.
Monitor traffic lights.
Hmm.
Yeah. Like 2 and 7 by 3 and like. But this is, I mean, just the
Yeah. Yeah.
But again, like anything else, these tools will become extremely powerful. So, you know, I think that even our military though adopt Ethernet. You know,
Hmm.
they're still on a dial-up in many bases around the country. They're just not comfortable with the security protocols. So, we probably have some folk in bunkers, and we do have some folk that's out there on the moon suits. No, this was fantastic to see.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. I'm glad. Any other questions? Or we can take it offline. We can have a nice discussion. Because I see my time's up here. Okay. All right. Thank you so much and have a great rest of the day. And make sure you enjoy Vegas. And Tyrone, don't do things you would not do. Have a good one.
Thank you for that, Rena. That was a very enlightening conversation. Really got the room going. We've come a long way from I've fallen and I can't get up. That's for sure. They're making smart cities, and I can't get my husband to pick his underwear up off the floor. Tyrone might be a double agent. 001 binary. Either that or he hit the dispensary and he's super paranoid. So moving further, before we move further, we have a couple more virtual award recipients that we may have missed earlier, but we're going to go ahead and play those now.
Hey, I'm Nathan, CEO of Simple Games Incorporated. I'm honored to accept this award from TechNet Conferences. I really wish I could be there, but unfortunately I'm out doing medical volunteering right now. But this award means quite a lot to me and my team. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, I'm pleased to announce that I've been selected to receive a Leadership and Education Award at HEAL Conferences in Las Vegas in March 2024. I want to thank everyone at HEAL for putting together an amazing conference with an incredible lineup of gifted speakers and presenters for all of us to learn from and explore ideas with and tackle the challenges of our very troubled world. I cannot thank you enough for this platform to share my ideas on how education can be the catalyst for healing that our world so desperately needs, and to help inform others of how they can tackle some of these challenges with the people closest to them, those that they work for and work with, and even with their immediate families and friends. Struggle and challenge misses no one. And with that, we need education, we need teaching, and it's time to heal.
Okay. All right. And thank you again, Rena, for sharing your knowledge and perspectives and inspiring us to embrace innovative solutions and cameras. Moving forward with our next session, the emergence of people-centric smart spaces, transforming the future of living. As technology progresses, our living environments are becoming increasingly interconnected and intelligent. Understanding this shift is crucial for individuals. It's also crucial for families and communities as we adjust to the novel ways of living. This keynote session helps individuals, communities, and industries shape a more sustainable, inclusive, and technology-advanced future. I would like to welcome our next speaker, Kevin Haggard, RCDD CEO, Registered Communications Distributor Designer, who will guide us through this topic with his insights. And please come to the stage and give him a warm round of applause.
All right, here we go. All right, I'm going to do more of an interactive presentation. So if you guys got any questions or anything and want to stop me while we're doing it, feel free. It's totally fine. So first thing we're going to look at is, what is a smart space? A smart space is basically, it's a space designed to prioritize human needs and experiences, such as going into your home, going into workspaces, anything of those natures. They're technology integrated. They have lighting control systems, occupancy sensors, temperature control, air quality monitoring, AV control, network access, access control, and surveillance systems. They're basically designed to help make the spaces more comfortable and productive, and all with an easy-to-use interface. And so some examples of these would be for your home. You know, you have Google Home or Alexa and lighting control and all the little things that everybody wants that, right? Turn the lights on, turn the lights off, start the pool, whatever it might be, you know, turn the temperature up, turn the temperature down. Most of the devices in these smart spaces are PoE, which is power over Ethernet. And so this gets into the infrastructure side of things more, is where kind of I'm going with my presentation, because that's what I do. I install the wiring for all these devices and make sure that buildings and homes and everything are ready for the future. Smart homes, according to a CES 2024, they announced some research showing that the average number of connected devices per U.S. internet household reached 17 in 2023, which is pretty high, because that's an average, right? So there's going to be a lot of people that don't have any, and there's going to be a lot of people that have more. So 17 devices, I mean everything from your refrigerator to your cell phone to your iPad to water sensor, water meters, sprinkler controllers, pool controllers. And then the smart office space, this is where mostly I work in for the construction of new commercial buildings and everything. And so it's a very growing market. It is estimated in 2024 to be a $51 billion industry, and it's expected to reach up to $97 billion by 2029, which is, I mean, it's a huge increase. Part of the things that are driving that growth too is, after the pandemic, people have started working at home a lot, and you have a lot of mixed work environments, and people want to get people back to the office. And so one of the things they're trying to do is design these spaces to be a little more user-friendly, right? Why do you want to go back to the office when you have all your stuff at your house and everything like that? But that's part of the big push that we're seeing, at least out here on the commercial buildings that we're doing, is just more conference room spaces and office spaces. Raise your desk up and down. People can control all the creature comforts that they want in there. And then, there we go. Smart cities. I don't get into that too big. Rena just did a great job on that. But one of the things I briefly looked at was this city that they're building in Saudi Arabia called The Line. I don't know if any of you guys looked at that before, but it's pretty crazy. They're talking about it, I think, forgive me if I have some of the facts wrong, but they're looking at like 150 kilometers long, stretching from the sea. And they're talking of having upwards of like 9 million people live in this smart city, essentially, which, I mean, it's pretty cool. But as you can see, it could probably be very well used as a prison as well, right? Once you get... Did they reduce the size of it? Okay. Yeah, there's a pretty good thing. It's Neom. They got some interesting videos on it if you want to watch it. It's pretty cool. But I'm going to get more into the infrastructure side. I'm just kind of brief overview of this. I got this presentation as somebody quit or didn't show up or something, and so they asked me to do this kind of last minute. So I'm trying to tie my stuff into it, and so Forgive me for that. So, according to the S&P Global, AI smart cities are underpinned by pervasive digital infrastructure, including connectivity and compute resources to support the collection and analysis of data. Connectivity can vary through most cities, though most cities rely on a combination of cell networks, Wi-Fi, and wide area networks. These networks provide the data highway between the information collecting endpoints and the cloud, where the data is often processed and acted upon. And so that's where I come in. You want to put in these sensors and everything, I'm all for it because I have a business selling cable, right? Installing the devices. Now, the importance of having good cabling infrastructure, as you know, the communications wiring, your fiber optic, Cat6, this is the highway that your data runs on. So you can look at bandwidth as kind of a, as traffic as you would on a highway, right? The higher bandwidth you have is more like a 6, 7, 8 lane freeway, and lower bandwidth applications are, 2-lane road with a bunch of potholes, things like that on it. So it's important to have good infrastructure for what you're doing, and this goes back to the cost thing that Rena was talking about. With your lights and everything, you got to do an immense upgrade of infrastructure in order to get those to work. Now, I imagine a lot of it's going to be going cellular soon and wireless technologies, but you still have a lot of infrastructure that goes along with those things. You can look at some of these. I don't know if you guys are in a lot of IT closets, but I get in a few of them, and a lot of them I see look like this guy right here and this one. So, and you can imagine as doing an upgrade or installing new systems, these type of things make it very difficult for the installer from a troubleshooting standpoint, or just adding new cable just because of capacity. So one of the things you want to do is kind of keep a major free rate, which is this, like this, something that's organized. And the important thing of that is you want to kind of future-proof what you're doing. Because the technology that are going into these buildings, I mean, the life cycle of your cable is typically about 15 years. And so just think about where your tech was 15 years ago, right? Now imagine where it's going to be 15 years from now. There's only going to be more and more sensors, more and more things, more and more things going on your IP network. And so important things to remember are having access to that. For example, in this building above this drop ceiling, well, I don't know about this one, this building's pretty old, but there should be cable tray or some way to access new wiring for this building. And so that's one design consideration to really keep a hold of when you're looking at implementing some of these systems, because it gets pretty crazy. You could have 48 devices in a room really easy, and that takes up an entire patch panel, an entire switch in an IT closet. So you've got to plan for that. Types of cabling, you got copper cabling. Cat6, Cat6A is basically the standard right now. They have some other ones out there, but they're really not in high use yet. Fiber optic cable, it's been around forever. There's been single mode and multi-mode. Most things are going on single mode cable now. Reason being is your bandwidth is virtually unlimited on it. You used to have the limiting factor on your fiber optic cable was the cost of the transceivers. And so single mode was a lot more expensive. They use different lasers than you would on the multi-mode. But the price of electronics has come down so much that it's really not an option or a consideration anymore. So it's best just to go with single mode. It really keeps your stuff open. Cat6, you can get up to 10 gigabits a second for up to 55 meters. Cat6A, you can extend that out to 100 meters, 10 gig a second. So you get pretty good throughput. Fiber optic cable, as I was mentioning, is virtually unlimited. You see a lot of multi-mode stuff being used in data centers and things of those natures, where they're using small form factor connectors where they'll have actually 10 fibers in one device, and some of those links, they're getting 100 gigabit links in a data center, which is pretty big. Fiber optic cables used for backbone, data centers, long-haul transmission, basically anything on the side of the road is usually going to be fiber optic going from one side to another. All the copper infrastructure is basically getting obsolete. Pathways. This is where I was talking about the stuff in the ceiling. Pathways are one of the most important considerations for design, and that would be anything like your cable tray, ladder rack, your conduits that you're putting in spots. You really want to keep that at about 40%. So if your initial install, to kind of future-proof yourself, you want to make sure your fill ratios and everything of that are 40% to allow for future growth. So it costs a lot more money to design your pathways to have a good solid thing for the future, but it definitely will pay off. As you can imagine, coming into a building like this that had no old infrastructure, running that is a real nightmare. Just from an operation standpoint, you got to close down some areas of the building. You got to put new supports for weights of the cable. I mean, it really adds up quickly. What are the goals of a smart space? They're to do comfort, usability, production, convenience, enjoyment, analytics. And I think that everything basically comes down to that analytics, and that's where the whole AI stuff is going too, right? You want those sensors to be there so that you can get information, so that you can make changes on the fly and make different energy efficient things, or, to monitor you and stick you in jail. You never know. But with all, I mean, things, privacy concerns are a major thing on it. It's all the convenience are great. Like I use Google at my house, I love it, but I know that they're listening to me, right? You use your phone, and you ever get on Facebook or something, all of a sudden they're marketing to you with something that you were just talking about, and you're like, I didn't look this up, but. So imagine what that data is going to be worth once they have everything that you're doing, where you're walking, what you're doing. So next, we want happy people. So I had to throw this slide in there. It's just everybody happy and shiny and good. Some of the takeaways I want everybody to get by with is just to make sure that the infrastructure is not if you have a design project, the infrastructure is not an afterthought. If you need help, call a professional. Make sure they're qualified, make sure they have BICSI credentials. BICSI is like a governing body that writes standards and codes and all that kind of stuff for the data transmission industry. So if you got any big stuff, look for somebody that's got that, and usually you can't go too far wrong with them. Make sure they have verifiable experience, and typically guys with BICSI do. You have to have some of that to get those credentials. Plan on the cabling infrastructure to be used for a minimum of 15 years. That's what I said before. Just make sure that, think back 15 years, think ahead 15 years, and see where it's going. Pathways and future cabling needs matter, so let's keep that in mind. And that's basically my presentation. I kept it a little bit short and sweet, so open it up for any questions or anything you guys have. If not, I'll get out of your hair and we can get out of here soon. Yeah. So some of the worst ones I've seen, actually the worst one I've seen was there was a wiring closet at the University of Montana, and it was in Main Hall, and Main Hall is like, it's been there since it's like the late 1800s is where the building was. So there was and it's a historic building. We had to run new wire in it, so it was just a nightmare just doing it. But then it's on the historical record, so you have all this. You have to just get a hold of the city and the people in the university and everything just to go through, just to put a hole in some of the stuff, and yeah. So it's fun, and there's a lot of the buildings on there that are similar to that, but there's some bad ones out there for sure. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Where do you see the future of cabling? Like, what the current newest technologies coming out?
Yeah, so wireless is huge, but there's a lot of wire that goes behind the wireless. Everything is going wireless, and I think with the advancements in robotics and everything like that, the strength of your wireless network is really going to be the thing that really determines. For example, we did a warehouse, and in that space we have 190 access points that we put in. Each access point got 2 Cat 6A cables going to it, and the Cat 6As run they're all power over Ethernet, right? So that's powering the Wi-Fi. But in the space, they have this thing called the auto store. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that, but it's basically a storage facility within there for little parts, and it's got big bins, and then there's all these robots that go back and forth, up and down. They grab parts, and I'm doing a bad job describing it, but they move the parts and brings it out to a person. Anyway, it runs on the wireless network. Pretty much everything is going to run on the wireless network, at least in the in like a warehouse type setting. Now, as you get into buildings, more like in here, everything's going to be kind of PoE. So the wiring is necessarily not really changing a lot. They kind of the nice thing is they kind of standardize on these wiring, and everybody kind of designs their products to work over Ethernet, right? You can imagine if everybody had their own proprietary cable and everything like that, it'd be a nightmare to try to sell. But so the wiring technology is not super crazy as an advancement. The advancement would become in the devices that are going on the wireless. The biggest things I see that's going to be a market disruptor, especially for us, is going to be PoE lighting. And so typically lighting was all 110 volt. Now a lot of the lighting is LED, and the power is low enough where you can drive that from your actual network switches. And so instead of getting an electrician to run your light, you're actually getting a low voltage technician to run a cable to your lights, and part of that goes with, so every light can be monitored, right? As you have an occupancy sensor on each light. As you walk by it, it turns on, much like you're talking about on the outside, but they're doing that inside the buildings as well. So that's the biggest thing that I see. And so you'll see the cabling push go to Cat 6A, and the reason you go to Cat 6A is because the wiring gauge is bigger than Cat 6, right? And so you can transfer not only more data on it farther, but you can transfer more power on it. So you're going to see a lot of stuff going more to power over Ethernet. You're going to see a lot of outlets in walls that were 110 volt. A lot of those are going to be going away, and they're going to be going to charging ports that run over PoE as well. So instead of having to run that 110 down the wall with an electrician, you can use a low voltage guy that comes in as they're running the wire for your access points, security cameras, everything else, run that outlet, and instead of having a 110 plug, you'll just bring your cord with you and plug into like a USB-C outlet on the wall. That's powered by power over Ethernet to the switch. That gives everybody a little more basically control over everything, right? You can turn power on, you can turn power off, you can monitor everything on the network. It's monitoring how much power output's going to the lights, how much power outlets go into the devices on the wall. So it ends up being a real convenient thing, but at the same time, it's something that you're really monitored and tracked by. So it's one thing, it's just got to be privacy concerns. But that's the biggest push that I see coming with the power. Yes. Yeah, so it's pretty interesting. It's all cool stuff. I love being in tech and seeing all the new things coming. So I'm pro tech, but at the same time, I'm kind of pro freedom and pro I run through all kinds of scenarios in my head where, what am I like helping build my own demise? Yes.
So the outlets that you were referring to, are they different from the ones that are available now?
No, that you can get.
That's going to be more widespread.
It's going to be more widespread, yeah. So there'll be some electrical changes that are going on where right now they have to have outlets so often, right? And a lot of it's for devices, but they're looking at reconfiguring some of those.
So the foreseeable future, cables are going to be here, what I'm hearing as well. Like a Cat 6A.
Yep.
For the foreseeable future, we will have cables.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You'll have cables definitely within buildings because you're going to have to power those devices.
And I say that because so many of my clients, and this is like nationally, we talk about this push to the cloud and
Hmm.
getting off of, let's say, any on-prem type of connectivity.
Right.
But I just don't see adoption, an overwhelming adoption of completely going away from Ethernet, like on-prem Ethernet.
Oh no, not at all, because that's your power supply too, for your devices, and then you'll probably see a lot more of that. Definitely, a lot of more people are moving their stuff to the cloud for sure, but it's in that. So the ISPs, the internet service providers, that's where your bottleneck's going to be. So you still need a large data transfer, from PC to PC on your network, but it needs to hit the cloud and then come back to you. So you're probably going to see a lot more. You're seeing a lot more fiber to the home and a lot more fiber to the business pushed that way, and that's the reason. There's a company here called Switch, which is a huge data center. I don't know if anybody's familiar with Switch, but they have one here in Reno, and they're all redundant systems, right? But people need, that's where your cloud lives, not all of them, but a lot of your infrastructure is on that. So you're,
They're pretty cool. Like
oh yeah,
they cool their servers like using reusable like water and cooling vents and whatnot. And it's like they're mobile. So you can move these data centers from Vegas to different places in the country so that you can have different data points to get your data closer to the area.
hmm
Because ISPs, though you can move these packets of data, you can move them a lot faster. It still slows down once it gets to
yep,
the premise of the customer. So, but they're pretty interesting.
yeah. So that's the big bottleneck, is basically at your incoming connection, right? And then cross-country traffic, and depending on the network. Yes, sir.
Is your company threatened by AI? Like, you see your particular job going away?
I'd like to say no. That's what I'd like to say, but I don't know. I think it kind of it will be determined by the advancement in robotics. Because once, I mean, you got to understand the labor pool that, especially here in Las Vegas, everybody is a union labor, and not everybody, but the labor is very expensive. And so with anything that's very expensive, you're going to be trying to push and figure out how to get away from that. And I mean, it makes sense from a productivity standpoint, and then these jobs can run all night long too, right? You just got your little robots, got to charge them up. So I'd like to say, no, I don't think plumbers or electricians or low voltage technicians are going away anytime soon. But if there's some kind of crazy advancement, I don't know. I could definitely see a reason and an incentive to get rid of those type of people, right? Because they're expensive. And so maybe it goes down to, I think so, yes. Yeah. The trades are very good, as you mentioned, the plumbers. Yeah, it's a trade, yeah, yeah. So, yeah. Right. Yeah, I think for the next while, you're going to be pretty safe in the trades. But I try to tell my kids to try to get into the trades or something, because it's a great option. And there's a lot of people that just don't want to do it. But those jobs are kick butt. They're starting out probably $100,000 a year. So.
You got to just tell like people, give them the example of the last time you brought a plumber to your home. You didn't pay less than like $150.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna be there for like 20 minutes.
Yep. No, it's yeah. Around here, I mean, I'm sure it is everywhere, but Vegas is a very service-oriented town, and so everything's a service. Yeah, absolutely. Come on, we're always looking for somebody.
So do you, with AI, do you get, and with the cabling, do you get more, so there's a lot of conversations about 5 nines of reliability, right? What 5 nines is being reliable, being up on your internet 99.9999% of the time, right? Which means roughly you're down like 5 to 9 minutes a year is an outage that you're taking. The closest anyone comes to that is like Amazon.
Right.
And they don't even hit it. Needing that level of reliability and uptime, do you get more requests for cabling when you deal with larger customers that are using like giga centers like a Google might have to move a lot of that AI data?
Yeah. So a lot of things they do is they put a lot of redundant systems in their networks. And so, for example, this warehouse that we did, that's a big automated facility. We have a double backbone for their fiber, right? And so what that means...
Double backbone sounds like a meal.
Right, it does. Sounds like a good one, too. So double backbone, you got a fiber optic backbone running from your main server. Say you have a server farm on this side of the building, you got a server farm on this side of the building. You have one backbone running from this one to, say, an IDF cabinet to service your devices out in the field, and another one over here. And they do that basically in case something happens or gets cut in this. If this line gets cut or damaged or they have something go on, all that network traffic can still just route back around the other way and still service those, yeah, basically like a failover, right? And then they'll put redundant power systems in there for your UPSs and everything too. You'll have an A and a B circuit for that. And so it'll, you have one panel feed from the other, one side of the building, one panel feed from the other. And if one goes out, your power just kicks right back over. And you have UPSs too for your backup that'll last, 20 to 30 minutes usually is what you're seeing. So depending on the size of the facility. But yeah, there's some crazy stuff out there. That 99% uptime, you have some data centers, and I forget the exact terminology for it, but it's like N+2 or something, right? And so you can have pretty much any system go down and everything is still running, right? It would take a major catastrophe to knock down the whole thing. So, all right. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Kevin, for guiding us through a future where our cities will thrive through innovation and technology. I got one word, iRobot, okay? All right. We're now moving to our next keynote discussion, leveraging technology to support underperforming students. Technology holds promise in narrowing educational disparities through tailored learning experiences. Appreciating its support for struggling students guarantees universal access to essential resources, fostering academic success. Understanding technology's role in aiding underperforming students is crucial in ensuring educational equity and individualized learning. This keynote session will help you promote equity in education, driving innovation in teaching, improve student success, prepare future generations for the workforce, and create a positive social impact. I would like you to welcome and give a warm round of applause to Lakshman Parameswaram, the CTO at 01 Analytics, Inc., and Gifted Gabber, Inc., to lead the session.
Hi. My name is Lakshman. Today I'm basically a career technologist and an architect, and I've been an architect for a long time over multiple industries, and recently I started working on the education field, right? And I believe there is a strong need for the technology initiatives to come to the education field. And a lot of my focus in the next half an hour is going to be on how technology and education can need to collaborate. The educators and the technologists need to collaborate to improve our education system, right? So, so this is the K through 12 education system, right? So basically pulled from the National Center of Education Statistics and the Department of Education. And so basically, if you look back, right, as to how our education system is, at the initial level, right, till middle school, the students are taught like language arts, mathematics, science, social studies, and art and music and health. And later, as they progress through middle school and high school, right, so they get exposed to foreign languages and electives, right? So, a majority of our schooling system, the K-12 schooling system, consists of public schools, and with a small amount of charter schools and a few private schools, right? So with that said, I just want to bring to focus the current problem, right? So it looks like the youth and the kids of today are not performing good, right? So this is going back to 2022 data, but even the recent data is more, it is yet to come out from the NCS, but it's looking more bleaker, right? So the kids so this is a sample of grade 4 and grade 8 sample, and you see only down arrows everywhere, right? So the kids are basically not able to meet the ask of them, right? And if you, so I work for the Department of Education initiative called the NAPE, or the Nations Report Card, right? And that's where I'm pulling a lot of statistics from, right? So we basically assess students from grade 4, 8, and 12 throughout US. And based on that data, there are a lot of students, a good 1/3 of the student population is not able to meet the basic requirements of what is considered as NAPE basically associates students with basic, advanced, and proficient. And forget about advanced or proficient. I mean, a lot of students are failing to be in the basic category itself, right? So, and what is happening is that a lot of kids who fail to perform in the K through 12 system are ending up like I'll go the other way, right? So in the prison system, for example, a good 75% of the population are kids who didn't graduate, right? So, but I want to say that the situation is on the educational front looks bleak, but on the other hand, along with that comes an opportunity, right? And that opportunity is where I want to focus a lot of my energies today, right? Is basically the 90+% of our teens and youth, right, have good access to internet, right? So they have good access to internet, and they know you can call them tech savvy, right? So they are able to adapt to technologies which never even existed when I kind of initially did my bachelor's and then later my master's from Harvard, right? So some of the technologies that didn't even exist, or some of the social media channels, they are experts in using it. So what I'm going to try passionately projecting to you guys is whether the technology initiatives can work together to help our kids, right? So, I'll come back to the quotes later. But so with that, I wanted to present my vision. My vision is to collaborate and educate the students and the students of our generation, of our country. And I wish to empower the teachers through technology. Right, I wish to empower the tight collaboration between teachers and technology to empower students, the students to become the leaders of our future. Right, so because the world needs innovators, it needs thinkers, it needs leaders, it needs people who can efficiently debate a topic or arrive at a logical conclusion. Right, so that's where my vision lies. So I want to see whether technology can collaborate with the teachers and supplement their instructions to educate the students of our generation to become better leaders. So so for that, I'm basically envision a few mechanics, right? So one approach to how technology can collaborate with teachers is to basically already the teachers in the education system, right? So they basically put their curriculum, they put their the topics that they're going to teach, and the student inputs, the student feedback, everything they are already adding to like a system like Schoology or Power Schools, right? So basically those inputs we can use as input to the technology, right? And along with that, the curriculum, right? The curriculum is well published, for example, the Common Core curriculum and all that is available, right? So the student expectancy as to at each stage what they need to learn is that expectancy is already documented and well published, right? So so I want to try using that combination of teacher inputs and the curriculum, right, to see whether technologies like the graph technology, for example, to model subjects and topics across grades, as to we all know that the topics don't exist in isolation. They are all related somehow, right? So, for example, you're given a math theorem. If the student is not able to prove a theorem, it may be because the answer may be right or wrong, right? But the steps to get there, they may not have used the right methodology, or in given a language context, whether they may not have justified their way of expression. They may not have used persuasive methodologies to explain their answer, right? So basically, what I'm explaining is that the topics and subjects that are taught in schools are kind of related. So, using that kind of teacher input, curriculum, and graph technologies, I envision like a future where the AI is trained with this kind of data, right, and arrive at a model, right? So this model is basically, it could be topics, subjects across grades, and with that, what I'm calling for is basically with those teacher feedback and like the teacher instructions, the student's answer to a particular topic, and the feedback of the teacher itself, right? So can be fed as a input to AI back, and the student could be assessed in across topics and subjects. So for example, given an assessment, he could be assessed, he or she could be assessed in saying that they were good in math, but they lack the persuasive technologies or the innovative technologies to, or innovation. They fail to explain themselves properly, or they fail to. They might be good at algebra, but they may be failing geometry, So those kind of modeling and rating, we should probably train the AI to give a feedback back into the model, right? And so the step 3 of the mechanics is basically the learning gaps, right? So the learning gaps could be, for example, if assume that each of them is a particular topic, the topics that they are weak in, whether we can give a feedback back to the teacher, right? So again, I overheard the conversation that AI is going to replace people or human capital. That's not what I'm calling for. So I'm saying that our teachers are the essential part of our system, right? And they have the intuition, the ability and knowledge to help our students. So I believe that the feedback should go back to the teacher, and the teacher should, the platform will allow the teachers to collaborate, right? So say, for example, the feedback goes to the original teacher, teacher 1, and he could tag a teacher from another topic or another subject in the same school district, or probably even across the school district later. But initially it could be within the school district, he could tag team other teachers, and together that could serve as an input into identifying the students' improvement areas and topics for mastery, right? So rather than relying only on AI, I think the call is for the improvement areas to be driven by teachers to supplement teacher instructions, to supplement teacher feedback, right? And then that feedback could go back into the model, right? And once the feedback goes into the model, the combination of learning history and teacher feedback, right, could go back into once it goes back into the model and it's registered, then the world becomes wonderful, because not only can a teacher in one school district collaborate with another teacher in the same school or the district, now we can call for across districts or across states, we can call for collaboration and maybe even compensate teachers to collaborate using this platform and in order to empower the students. And this kind of the learning history of the student, right? The learning history of the student in a particular grade, right? And that model with the teacher feedback could serve as a digital badge or a digital achievement badge for the student. And so imagine us going through the K-12 system, but we don't know which teacher appreciated us, which teacher did not appreciate us, which teacher recognized our flaws, which teacher appreciated our strengths, right? And that intuition and feedback system is lost. So what this platform would allow is for the student to have a digital achievement badge. And this digital achievement badge could serve as inputs to the recommendations, either from teachers or from the AI model, or a combination of the two. And that could serve as inputs to the college admission process. So, for example, at Gifted Gabber, we are involved in improving the profile of high school students to get into college, right? So, but when a student selects a particular college for a particular teacher for recommending them, there is no history for the teacher apart from how they performed in their class. And the student is basically choosing a favorite teacher of theirs or a person who writes well for their recommendation system. But this kind of a digital achievement badge, which kind of models the students' learning across grades and across subjects and across topics, will allow the recommendation system to be associated with that and used as input for when they enter college or when they enter the next level of their career. So, I just wanted to introduce myself again. So my name is Lakshman. So I have spent over 30 years in the industry, in the technology industry, right? So I wanted to be in this part of the conference, but I dovetailed into the education field. And so my experience has spanned like Lucent, like cruise industries like Time Warner Cable, Charter, Ernst and Young, and so recently I'm with the Department of Education for the government initiatives for education. So and I'm also like the Chief of Technology and Strategy for Gifted Gabber and Zero One Analytics, and so I want to leave the floor open for questions, right? So is there what shall I say? This is the platform is not built, right? It's a vision, right? And this vision requires the collaboration from both teachers, educators, innovators, and the tech SMEs, right? And so I will leave the floor open to questions. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, perfect. I should. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. I would love to work with you and collaborate with you for building such a system or improving on your expand. Oh, perfect. So I think time to regurgitate it and take it to the next step then.
So that's what we're doing at the university, but at the college level, where the activities are real-world scenarios that they're going to do in the workforce, and then badging so that then when they submit their resumes, now students can't always explain very well what they do in the classroom, so then employers can go out to the website and see what the student had to do to earn those badges, and so those are some changes that are coming with the CAE programs.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome to know. So yeah, so I think the basic, the initial K through 12 system lacks such information, and most of such guidance comes at a higher, at the higher education level, right? So I think if we can bring it back to the students at the younger generation too, that would be awesome, because the college education is totally different than the initial K through 12 system that we go through, right? So I think a lot of, like, for example, at an MBA or an MS program, the way it is taught is totally different than the way students are taught in the when they are young. And I believe that we have to not only go with like a subject or a topic being taught, but kind of treat it holistically, because a student is typically, if he or she is failing in a particular area, they still might have strengths in a lot more different areas. So I think collaboratively, I think we should help our students. So yeah, that's a wonderful point. Thank you. Yeah. Any other thoughts? Would you like to share what your platform was?
So we built it during the pandemic.
Uh-huh.
What it was basically like a combination between we use an open source teleconferencing app. It's called Jitsi.
Okay.
So we integrated Jitsi with a social media type of, almost like think of a Facebook, but designed for a learning management system where you could put in all your topics and the teacher could add all the students in and they could collaborate. Because this is all remote, right? So no one was in the classroom, so it was sort of trying to recreate that whole classroom, but then remotely, and then they could have their homework and have their test scores, and they could like certain things and they could share. So it was just like Facebook, but for education, and they could post, they could add comments and add. Someone said I had this problem on this homework. They could go in and comment on it and like and upvotes. So almost like
How's that different than the systems that we use today, like
Yeah, maybe I think that's something we should build on, because one is collaboration and the other one is, I believe, just like how the chat GPTs and the Geminis of the world have been trained with wiki data, right? Like I said, the curriculum itself as to what the students are going through is also a part of it, right? So in addition to like the feedback or the collaboration system, what we need to, I believe that we need to do involves modeling those expectations, and just like how when you give a prompt to the AI, how it is able to, or you give an essay and how it's able to analyze it from a few perspectives. So this is like in the context of a school perspective, how we can judge it based on the subject they're exposed to, the teachers' what shall I say, expertise, and collaborate. So I think if we can extend that collaboration with AI, that's what.
We started integrating it with GPT-2 at the time because we could integrate with APIs.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, now with Azure, you can pull the APIs directly and have GPT-4 pull in and analyze those essays and stuff. So I think there's a lot that can be done. It's just funding, right? That was the biggest issue, because I was doing it all on my own, and
Yeah.
I got burnt out on the projects.
Yeah, that's true. So I think, of course, everything comes down to funding in the end. But I think it's like a desperate need, right? That the education system it needs us to collaborate and work together. And yeah, so that's what my talk was about. So anything, any further thoughts? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Lashman. We appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of day 3 of TechNet Conferences. The first 2 days ended on a high note, filled with inspiration and motivation, encouraging us to surpass our limits. Now we would like to invite you to an evening of refreshments and open networking. This is more than just a time to unwind. It's an opportunity to forge lasting connections, exchange ideas, and reflect on the incredible journey we've shared over the past few days. In this vibrant atmosphere, in this evening's gathering, you'll find the perfect setting to engage with fellow innovators, thought leaders, and change makers. Whether you're looking to discuss the latest trends, brainstorm new projects, or simply share your experiences, this is your moment to connect and collaborate. Finally, let's remember to relax and enjoy the evening and the rest of Vegas. Savor the refreshments, enjoy the ambiance, take this opportunity to recharge. You've worked hard and you deserve it. You deserve a moment to unwind and take it all in. We want to thank you for being a part of TechNet Conference. Your presence has made this a truly, truly special event. Make sure that when you post your social media contact, your social media pictures and memories, that you tag hashtag TechNet Conferences. We look forward to seeing the fantastic things that you'll accomplish, and we hope to reconnect at future events and see you next year at TechNet Conference. Have safe travels home, you guys.